get back to business here. Probably over the next week we'll cross 3 million views, and by the end of August we'll be at 40,000 subscribers. Pretty incredible. Okay, ready? Oh, let's do that there. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we are going to recreate another artwork by another one of my favorite artists, although in this case we have no idea who actually created this artwork. It's one of those great mysteries. Today we're going to be recreating this, probably the single most famous individual tapestry of all time. There was, of course, the Bayeux tapestries, the Apocalypse tapestries, both in France, but I don't know if there's a single image from any of those that really stands out in the imaginations of people worldwide. While as this tapestry here, sometimes known as the unicorn rests in a garden or the unicorn at rest, is a super iconic image, by far most important tapestry in North America. It resides at the Cloisters as part of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. Although probably if you've been to the Met, you're like, I don't remember ever seeing this. Well, we'll talk about where it actually is, because it's not actually in the main building. It's one of the most spectacular, best-kept secrets in New York, I would say. And I'm really excited to do this painting. Also because my daughter loves unicorns. Surprise to surprise, right? Okay, so let's just talk about the plan for today. So what we're going to do here in just a moment is we're going to talk about the scale of difficulty. We're going to go over the materials required. We're going to stain the image. We're going to do an Imprimatura. And then I might even jump right to background pass and then come back to image transfer. I'm not sure. We're going to see how this goes, because this is a complex image for sure. This is definitely going to be one of those long ones, so if you're on the other side of the world, you could probably set your alarm to, and when you wake up, I might still be here working away, but that's all right. You can always skip ahead using these chapter headings later on. So, and maybe just before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. I've pretty much moved for the foreseeable future to Monday afternoons here on the west coast of North America. I used to do Tuesdays all the time, Tuesdays and Thursdays, but because of my teaching schedule, I'm kind of, Mondays are my only time off. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link down there below. And I just saw a couple of generous donations just before we began this afternoon. So thank you so much to those of you that have continued to support the channel over the years. I'm super grateful. As I mentioned before, my camera up above here, my trusty camera that had been with me for the past 4 years, burnt out just a few weeks ago. And I had to drop $1,000 to get a brand new one to maintain the image quality here. And of course, that's expensive. So through the donations that people have given me, I've almost been able to pay off that camera. So I'm super grateful for that. So let's jump into our first step. All those links for donations are down there below. So let's talk about how difficult this painting is. So this painting, well, originally, actually, this is not a painting, it's a tapestry. It's a woven piece of textile, which would have taken years to do, and it's one of 7 tapestries that we know of. There could have been more, but 7 surviving tapestries. One is actually in fragments. So, obviously, we're not going to weave this together, because I don't have years to work on this. I'm going to try to get this done in one night. Now, it really depends on the way we want to paint this painting, which could go anywhere from being a beginner painting to an expert painting. I think the way that I'm going to do this is as an intermediate painting, and I'm going to try to do this in the most efficient way possible. So when I say intermediate, you know, we've got our beginner. That means if you've never painted before and you're just getting started, the first time you've ever seen me. Novice is if you've done a few of the classes, you've taken, you know, done the color wheel and maybe done a few of the easier paintings. Intermediate is if you've maybe done a dozen or so and you feel like you're kind of getting the hang of this painting thing and you want to kind of test yourself and push a little bit further. But obviously we could go to advanced and expert, meaning you could do the class for me or be one of the artists that we study in the class. So there's obviously quite a range of skill levels that we've done in this throughout these classes. But as I said, I think today's about an intermediate level here. Okay. In the chat there, I see Heidi says, "Hi everyone, hope you're enjoying the day. Vancouver's been busy with the annual Pride Parade and celebrations this long weekend." Yeah, we went to the beach yesterday on Sunday, which is one of the beaches here in Vancouver, right next to Davie Street, and it was wild. Some great celebrations. Our daughter had a great time. Very family-friendly kind of event, which is really great. And EP says, "Sir, I'm very thankful to you for your basic drawing course. It's been a great introduction for drawing for me." Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying the drawing course. I'm glad that 4 years later, people are still doing it, still getting stuff out of it. It's the most popular thing that I've ever done in the course of my life. And so I'm really grateful that that continues to be helpful for people. Awesome. Let's talk about materials required. Now, I did a whole video that's like an hour and a half long, going deep into depth about all the stuff that I'm going to cover here in about the next 4 minutes. So obviously you can watch that video if you're like, what is it? Well, okay, I missed that, right? I go into lots of depth. You can take your time. So I'm just going to kind of breeze through this here. Obviously, this is an acrylic painting class. So we're going to use acrylic paint. We'll talk about the paints we're going to use and the size of canvas. These are some optional supplies. Possibly today we might use Posca pens. I still, at this moment, haven't thought about whether I'm going to do that or not. Obviously, it's a good idea to have a change of clothes. It can get paint on them and some rags in case you spill, or put some newspaper down on your table so they don't get wet. In terms of the paint we're going to be using, it's called the split primary palette, is the method of painting, or the method of color choices that we're using here. And I wish I knew about this 20 plus years ago when I was in college and then in graduate school. Nobody ever mentioned this before. It wasn't until I became a teacher myself and started doing research that it was like... And truth is, this type of palette was kind of basically impossible up until relatively recently, just because of the availability of pigments to basically anybody on Earth, provided they have the means to go to an art supply store or be able to order something online. Traditionally, artists had to grind their own pigments, and so being able to kind of select colors into these divisions was basically impossible. So basically we need 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white. And we're going to mix our own black. Of course, you can use black out of the tube. I've got a couple tubes of paint that I've been using for years, or haven't barely used at all over the past few years, but they're good. I always think black is like a fire extinguisher, use in case of emergency only. And then, so this idea of using warm and cool colors is all about color temperature. And understanding what warm and cool colors do is really unlock how to create depth in a painting. Whether you want to do an abstract painting or a representational painting, all of this is really, really important. And so, because warm colors appear to advance towards you, cool colors appear to recede. There's this myth that warm colors are red, yellow, and orange, and that cool colors are green and blue. That's what I was taught in school. And yet there's literally no a relationship to that whatsoever. There's cool reds and there's warm greens, and we're going to use some of those in this very painting today. And so it also helps when you know the color temperatures. It helps you select colors when you're trying to paint a painting. You just have to ask yourself, is this in the foreground or is this in the background? If it's in the foreground, okay, it's got to be one of my warm colors. If it's in the background, it's got to be one of my cool colors. And that narrows down the choices dramatically and really helps you mix the colors you want. Now, just as a little caveat, artists don't always obey these rules, so sometimes that makes things a little bit tricky. But often when, especially artists we've featured, might be disregarding those rules for specific purposes, usually conceptual purposes, challenging rules, etc. So this is the brand of paint we're going to be using, this Amsterdam, which is, depending on who you talk to, a student grade or professional grade. I think it's kind of a bit of both. I've been using it to illustrate the comic book I've been working on for the past few years, and it's going to be more than good enough. So again, you're going to see we're going to use these 6 colors plus white. I have black, but I don't anticipate needing to use it at all. Golden, you can use Golden. Very good brand, probably one of the best, but it's also about triple the price for half the amount of pigment when it comes to the tube. So, if you got the money, go right ahead. But I'm always also an advocate of using less expensive paints, especially if you're a beginner, even if you got the money, just because what can happen is if you're spending a lot of money on your pigments and then you make a mistake, you might be like, oh man, I just threw $20 of paint down the drain. Oh man, why am I doing this? I'm such an idiot, right? And I hate all that kind of self-talk. I want to make it as the stakes as low as humanly possible so that when you're painting, mistakes aren't a problem. It's like, yeah, okay, I made a mistake. Big deal. It's like I just spilt, a cup of coffee from McDonald's on the subway platform. I mean, not ideal, and probably want to run away as fast as possible before anybody notices that it was you who did it. But it's probably a good idea to use less expensive materials while you're getting going so that you feel lots of flexibility to experiment and make mistakes with impunity. As you can see, I'm just flipping through all these different brands of paint because I just want you to see that these are my suggestions for all these different brands. If you were to go buy them, these was what I would use. In the Dropbox folder, which we'll talk about shortly, you can download a handout that's got a whole bunch of it has a whole list of paints. You can print that out, take it with you to an art supply store, or look online and find paints that match those, order them. Except these 2 brands here. Now, I haven't used all those brands, I should say that too. But these are 2 brands I've used, and I'm not a fan of them at all. The main problem is that they add way too much titanium white into their mixture, which makes it impossible to make a black, as I like to do. You're just going to get a really kind of, not even a dark gray, kind of a light gray, and you're going to be wondering, what am I doing wrong? How come I'm having such a difficulty? And mixing a black is not the easiest thing anyway. So, why bother with these? Because there's certainly lots of other options. Museum Color is a very cheap brand of paint here in Canada. So it's really no better than the quality of paint you can get at your local dollar store. Peebo, on the other hand, is, a global brand. You can find them in almost every art supply store in North America, particularly at Michael's Art Supply. So it's a real tragedy that they've made such a terrible product because so many people buy that, and it's, as far as I'm concerned, useless. I mean, I guess there could be some applications I'm not aware of for it. Okay, Bella says, Michael, thank you for the time you take to explain things in detail. It helps beginners like me. And Kathy says, hi, Heidi, how are you? Are you in Vancouver for the parade? Awesome. Nice to see you, Kathy, Bella, and EP, and Heidi. Everyone's here joining us. Great. Okay. So, typically here, I do the image transfer. I just want to take a look at this and just come up with a plan of attack here. So normally what I would do here is I would use the template, and I'll show you where to find that here in a moment once I decide what I actually want to do. And do an image transfer, then put my Imprimatura down, and then start painting the background. I am, however, I was laying awake late last night just thinking about this and thinking instead of using my white carbon paper. Where's my... so I have black carbon paper or graphite paper that I usually use for the image transfer, but I'm just thinking it might be easier to put the green on first and try an image transfer with white graphite paper. Now, I know not everybody has this material, so that would mean that you would do the image transfer, and maybe we'll talk about how you might want to go about that as we do it. But I think for the best results, I'm going to use white carbon paper. Now, caveat, and we may see this, is that carbon paper can stick to acrylic paint. So possibly you could see how not to do things very shortly here. So I'm going to skip the image transfer, and I'm going to go jump ahead a step here. We're going to come back to, oops, where are we here? Kathy says, Michael staying cool? I don't know. I forgot to, I brought the fan back upstairs, and so we'll see. We'll see. It's pretty hot in here right now. Hopefully it'll cool off as it gets a little bit later in the evening here. But I appreciate the question. Okay. So, we're going to jump straight to the Imprimatura. And essentially what the Imprimatura means is it's the priming layer, the first layer of paint. This is a concept that goes back about 600 years to the early Renaissance. Probably has something to do with the transition from painting on wood panel to canvas, which would have been relatively new at that time, and trying to mimic the look of wood except on like fabric, which is what canvas is. Not sure. That's just my intuitive understanding about art materials. I haven't really, it's hard to find information about that kind of stuff because it's kind of obscure, because these days most artists don't do this. I still think it's a super important process, and if you're a beginner painter, it's really going to elevate a beginner painter into something that looks far more professional. So that's why I think it's a good idea. But of course, you can just skip this step if you don't want to do it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to start out with I'm going to get my paint out here. And so we're going to cover this canvas with a green over top of this. You might say, so that why even bother with this yellow? Well, as in that slide that you just saw on the screen a few moments ago, there's lots of different reasons to do it. But you know, one of the major reasons for me that is probably the dominant reason, beyond the fact that I think it actually adds something to it, because even though you might not be consciously aware that you're seeing it, you are seeing it. It's going to influence all of the colors that are on top of it. The example I give is like pasta sauce underneath cheese on a pizza. You might not see the tomato sauce, pasta sauce, pizza sauce. You might not see the pizza sauce, but you sure taste it when you bite into it, right? So it's the same sort of thing. You might not see yellow by the end of this painting, but you're not maybe aware that you're seeing yellow, but you are seeing the effect that yellow is having on subsequent layers. So, but as I was starting to say before I went off on that tangent, I think the main reason today that I do this, again, not the only reason, but maybe the main reason for me, is it's part of my routine, part of my kind of creative habit, one of my studio routines that really helps me transition from regular life into making an artwork. And I'm a huge believer in the importance of habits. I mean, I have a book it's off camera right now, called Atomic Habits. And I just finished another book called, literally just finished it. I think it's called The Power of Habit by Charles Duhigg, I think. And it's really all about how important habits are for all of us in all of our daily lives. And, I started doing this kind of long before I was, doing some research and reading about habits. But for me, it helps it's a way of just doing something that requires literally, I'm sure it requires a very small amount of thought, but I can pretty much do this kind of thing in my sleep, and I can just kind of focus on doing this. I'm literally painting, I'm mixing paint, but there's really no way to screw this up. So I can kind of start the painting, get into the mindset of painting, and but without actually, in a way, doing anything that could possibly go. There's nothing that could really go wrong here. So it's really kind of part of my warm-up. I would kind of compare it to, an athlete doing some stretches before going on a jog, or a musician playing some scales before a concert. Okay, so where's my... Okay, there it is. I'm just gonna dry this paint here. Just gonna blow dry this and mute the microphone. Just as a quick little thing, you might have seen me as I was blow drying there, just wiping the sides of the canvas here with my finger, and you're like, why am I doing that? Because often the paint will be a little bit thicker as it drips off the edges, and you can still see more paint is coming off on my hands there. And that's because I'm about to put a layer of green paint over top of all of this. And obviously there's yellow and green paint, but as I'm applying it, it's probably preferable to not have that green mixing with the yellow and getting weird streaks in there. So kind of wipe it off and then just continue blow drying so that I have kind of a nice dry canvas. Okay, so you can see way out of order today. Very different than my normal schedule events. Oh, there's Ryan there. Hi, Ryan? Ryan in the chat there. Hi, Ryan. Ryan. My apologies, however I pronounced it. So I'm going to jump right to the background pass here, and I'm going to mix a green. And as I said, afterwards I'm going to do my image transfer with some white carbon paper or graphite paper. And so this is, you know, rearranging all the steps in a totally different order. So maybe before I do that, let's just take a look at this and think about what color that actually is in the background. Because off the top of my head, I was just like, yeah, it's a green. But is it really a green? So now that I look at that, I mean, what I'm looking is this color in behind, the darkest color. And I originally thought that that was basically just a really dark green, like a kind of like a racing green. But as I look at this, it looks like either a deep navy blue or possibly even black. It's kind of hard to tell. So actually, I'm just going to jump ahead here. Let's go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art's wow, that looks almost black to me in the original image. The one thing that complicates all of this is that we do know that this tapestry has changed color over the years. It was all made with all natural pigments and dyes. So we do know that the greens, for instance, particularly have changed. So it is possible that this might have been green or bright blue. I mean, we really don't know. I think I'm going to go for kind of a cool blue, a dark cool, maybe, yeah, like a, I don't know, yeah. So this kind of artwork, I should say, also precedes, when I was talking about color temperature just about 10 minutes ago, this kind of artwork definitely precedes those concepts, color theory concepts. I think, yeah, or at least there might have been some speculation about this. But I think this would be definitely way ahead of those ideas, which I think are much more common to be found in maybe a couple decades later on during the early Renaissance. Not a couple decades. Well, yeah, I guess. What, this is 1490? Well, so actually, this is 1495. So this is actually in the middle. It's called a medieval painting, but now as I look at this, I'm like, we are right in the middle of the Renaissance when this painting is created. Like Leonardo da Vinci is alive and well. Michelangelo is working. That just occurred to me as I'm. Like, I don't think I've ever seen any description of this as other than a famous medieval artwork. But this is, the medieval period is kind of over by the early 1400s. Oh, and I'm missing another blue here. I don't think I was able to get anything out of that. Heidi says, "Hi, Michael. Sorry, I am on and off, and I might have missed it. Is this what is called a negative painting?" A negative painting. Well, a negative painting would be more like, you know, people if you've heard of like people painting on like black velvet, where you're kind of starting from a dark surface. We might even call that an Imprimatura, and then going, and basically everything is lightening up, which is generally the opposite of the way most people are working on a white piece of paper, or like an unbleached titanium canvas, or white gessoed canvas, right? And so you're just adding, you're basically darkening almost the entire way. So I suppose we could call it that. Yeah, I mean, we could. What I'm doing is not necessarily because of the darker background working in this way. It's just because of the complexity of all of these details and trying to get a relatively unified background. Rather, because so maybe I should explain why I'm going to do it this way. Because if I trace all of this out and then try to paint green all around it, I'm going to get probably a nice solid green around these edges, but it's going to be really hard. I'm going to have to paint in and around all of these trees, all in between all of these different shapes, and that's going to be really time consuming, especially when I'm painting in and around all of these much smaller shapes. Now, I would just, the last thing I'm going to do is paint all the flowers. I would have saved that regardless to the very end. But by doing this, I'm hoping to save myself a little bit of time. And so I probably would do, well, if I was painting a yellow or a red or a really light green, I could probably get away with painting doing the image transfer earlier. But because this is going to be darker, the lines would probably disappear pretty quickly. CS says, "Oh, whoa, you're alive. I started learning to draw about 2 months ago, and a big part of it was your drawing class during COVID. I just did the elephant steps. I wish I could show you. I just want to say thanks for it all and being a huge part of my learning. I've recommended it to dozens of people." Oh, that's so cool. Well, you can show me. You can join the Facebook group and upload your artwork to the Facebook group. And about every couple of months, I go through every single thing that's on the Facebook. I just did one last week. It was like 8.5 hours long. Went through every single thing that I hadn't spoken about on the Facebook group. So I'll be doing one probably in September, which I know a little bit away from now. But, you know, if you start uploading stuff, it'll be really cool to see your progression over the next little while. Okay, so, let's get back to business, Michael. So I want to do a kind of dark, cool blue. And how do I want to mix that? I'm going to zoom back in here. So I want kind of like a navy blue, and yet I want it to be cool. Navy blue tends to be more of a warmer color. So this one would be more of, what would be the name? What's a dark, cool blue? What is that? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. CS says, "Oh, sure, what's the group name?" I think it's Facebook groups masterstudy.ca. It's the first link in the video description below, I think, right? I could be wrong, but I think it's the very first link down there below. Let me see, I'll just show you the page here. Well, this is what it's called, Art Class with Michael Markowsky. Maybe I'll put this link here. I guess, I don't know, for whatever reason, doesn't have the right link, but that should, if you copy and paste that should help there. Awesome. Okay, so let's thinking more painting here, Michael. So Let's take our cool blue, and I'm going to put cool red in here. And maybe a little bit cool yellow. I think what I'm going to do is, basically what I'm going to do is mix a black, but make it a cool dominant black. That's going to, I think, give me a very dark color, but still have a blue quality to it. So let's take this. Oh, I put cool red in there. Normally I put the warm red in here to make a black, but that's also kind of a nice color. I mean, it's not the quote-unquote right color. It is closer to what I've got on screen here. I think I've bumped the brightness up a little bit just so that we can see the details. I'm just going to basically double the mixture here. And I like that color, so I'm going to make, I made a mistake by adding my cool red to this mixture instead of my warm red. But as Bob Ross talks about, it's a happy accident, right? Because if I had put that warm red in there, we would be much closer to a black. And that's cool. So this is literally a happy accident because I'm really happy with that. Really, I mean, well, let's see. I might have to do 2 coats of that. This is why I made double the mixture, and I think I'm probably gonna have to make more. So I'm gonna double this up again. I don't really want to run out halfway through and be trying to remix this multiple times. So it's also kind of nice to have a little bit extra so that if something catastrophic does happen, I've got plenty left over to do any kind of touch-ups. Okay, that should be good enough to do at least a coat. If I don't have quite enough to do 2 coats, I can always add a little bit of matte medium here potentially to blend that out. And you know what? I'm going to use a bigger brush here. So let's just get. Ooh. Ooh, I love how electric that is. Now, obviously, I'm going to paint all that yellow out, and it's going to disappear. For the most part, as I said, it's going to still be there. It's going to influence the way. That's great. Oh, I love this color. My only fear is that because it's not quite as dark as the original, it might I might not have quite as intense contrasts between many of the elements in this painting, which could maybe lessen the power of it. Ooh, just love that color. That's wonderful. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this. Oh, there's Tanya in the chat. They love that blue. Go with it. That's awesome. Let's blow. Where's my mute? So it's still probably a little bit wet. The reason why I like kind of holding it up like this is that I can kind of, as I turn it, it helps me see what is still wet and dry. And I was trying to do that too, so you could see on camera areas where it was particularly kind of maybe shiny, but also a little bit darker. That was areas where it was still wet. Like, I think there's areas there might be a little, like the surface is dry to the touch, but underneath it's a little bit more wet. And this is also the difference between putting a layer of paint on versus putting an Imprimatura on. You'll notice when we did the Imprimatura, I added water to that paint, and I could really quickly paint, and I could dry, and well, like maybe a minute later it was bone dry. It's because all that water absorbs into the gesso, which is basically plaster based, and it dries very quickly. The water can evaporate very quickly, whereas it takes longer for the water to evaporate through this thicker layer of basically solid paint. So anyway, that's good enough for layer number 1. You'll see that also as it dried, more of that yellow started coming through. Now I don't mind it so much, and there's gonna be a lot of detail on here. So it's not such a big deal that isn't visible. See, this is what I was a bit worried about. You can see that's not quite enough to cover this painting. And I thought I made more than enough, but I anticipated incorrectly, so... that's a little different. A little bit more purple. Pretty close. A bit more yellow. Okay, let's do this again. So it looks much lighter right now. It's possible that it is a little bit lighter, but it's also because it's wet, especially on that darker surface. It looked darker on the lighter surface, that yellow, but now that I'm painting this wet paint on top of a darker surface, it appears lighter. Right? That's kind of the magic of paint, or the eternal frustration for artists, is trying to anticipate this stuff. Let's see, I almost ran out of paint, even mixing all that more of it. So. The studio is hot. I can feel the surfaces of that painting already quite dry. I can, like, my brush kind of skips and drags a little bit. Here's areas, patches right in the middle that are almost dry. Wow. Okay, I think that's good enough. I really don't want to be doing too much more painting on it while it's starting to seize up here. And so there's little bits on the edges where there's a bit of yellow. I kind of like that. I painted a little bit over here as too much yellow, but I like it when, that's going to be pretty hard to see. Oh, maybe after I blow dry it, we'll look at that. I like it that if someone is really curious and looking at it carefully, they might see that yellow and be like, what? Why? Look at this. Look at this, Shelley. There's yellow underneath this kind of green. Well, that's weird. Have you ever seen anything like it? And then that might cause someone to do a little bit of research, find out a little bit more about how paintings have been made throughout the years. CS says, question, have you ever done music, instruments, and the like? I have for 10 years, and I'm curious how much that will affect drawing. While they're both really different skills, they're both artful. That's totally true. I mean, I have done music. I've made music a number of times. In fact, you know what? I'll just, before I blow dry this, I'm going to clean my brushes off so they don't start to dry out while I'm blow drying. I can try to answer your question as well. Yeah, I've done lots of music. I used to be in a band when I was in art school. It was a punk rock band called The Mess. And I played guitar and sang, and for really the past decade, I've done a lot of collaborations with musicians. It was one of the reasons I moved from Los Angeles to Vancouver, is because of friends that I had met that were musicians and encouraged me to move here so that we could collaborate, and I eventually did, and haven't looked back. And so not only have I done music, I collaborate with musicians. I've toured across Canada with that same band, a band called Brastronaut. The band has since broken up, sadly, but they were for a time here one of the biggest bands in Vancouver, and I did all the album art for the band and live shows, music videos, all that kind of stuff. But I found it definitely be very interesting spending time with musicians and learning about just seeing the creative process from a totally different angle. Recognizing that we're kind of doing the same thing, but using different materials. There was lots of things, like a lot of the warm-up stuff that I'm talking about, you know, the routines. A lot of that was what I gathered from musicians. No one really talked about that stuff in art school, visual art school. But in music school, that's like it's a major important part of the creative process, is doing scales and very fundamental things to get warmed up. In art school, I never heard anybody talk about it. So it definitely made a huge impression on me. And I started applying those lessons to making my own art. My own art, you know, tripled in quality. So that's why I like sharing it in these classes for sure. So it says The Mess is a good name. Yeah, I feel like the learning process is kind of similar. Same part of the brain, maybe. Sorry to hear about the breakup. Well, they've been together for like 10 plus years, and everyone was getting older. Some people didn't want to tour anymore. I thought touring was great, but the other guys in the band, touring is very hard. I have a lot of respect for musicians. It looks like a lot of fun, but when you spend like all day long in the back of a van driving across, you know, especially in Canada, the prairies, and you know, you arrive in one town at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you pile out, you do sound check, and then you got, you know, 5 hours from, you know, 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock before you go on stage. Like, what is there to, like, a lot of cities, everything shuts down at 5 o'clock, except restaurants and bars. And there's only so many, you know, restaurants and bars you want to sit in. You know, there's like a lot of the tourist stuff, museums are closed, and yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's fun, it's exhilarating, but it's a lot of work. Anyway, I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay, so it's dry to the touch, but it still appears to me like it's a bit wet. So let's see if I can point out areas where I don't know if it's going to show up well on camera. Oh, maybe you can kind of see this area right here feels like it's wet underneath. That kind of feels a little bit like it's wet here. So there's a few little patches where I think, you know, especially if I start, in fact, let's see if I can just do that just so you can see. What I'm trying to see if I just sort of push my finger in, if I'll get any kind of depression. Doesn't seem like that's not, but it's a little bit tacky. It's also a little bit tacky because I've just been heating it up. So what I was hoping to do was be able to do this and then do my image transfer now, and then I could start talking about this painting. But the main thing, and this is what Tanya's saying, I'm really curious to see how the image transfer is going to go on. The main fear is, and it's a legitimate fear because this has happened to me before. First of all, a couple things. If I put this down and this is not sufficiently dry, it's possible that the paper might stick to this surface, right? It might seem totally dry, but especially if I put it down and I'm resting my hand on it, I might peel up, and then little bits of paper, like not, well, it's possible if it's really, like literally paper would tear off, but just like little specks of paper will stick to the surface. There's that problem. But the even greater issue would be that taking the carbon paper or charcoal paper or graphite paper and putting this on here, is that this is even more likely to, like, the paper itself probably won't stick, but the graphite that is sort of glued to the surface of the paper is quite likely to kind of stick on here. And then I might see whole areas where there's just this kind of white dusting, almost like, you know, like icing sugar, just kind of lightly kind of spread all over there. So one of the things that I'm probably going to do is I might even cut out a template over here. Like you can, I don't know if you can hear that, but I can hear the paper kind of sticking to that surface just very slightly. So I might cut out a template, that way that paper can stick down, and then when I do the image transfer, there's as little as possible of the graphite charcoal or graphite charcoal or what's the other thing it could be? There's a third dark material. Less of that is going to be directly touching the canvas, so that if I do get some sticking, then it's going to be isolated to a smaller area. So yeah, I think we're both interested to see how this works out. So in order to kind of mitigate that problem, I want to kind of give this really as long as possible to dry, because I can still see areas. Yeah, it's like that's still quite wet. That's wet here. Oops, my finger. My finger is wet, not the picture. Ah! Darn it, that really quickly dissolved. Let's hope that dries back again. And that's another good example. So I probably didn't show up on camera. Kind of make that visible. So there's a little bit of water on my fingertip. When I touched it, you know, it left a little bubble of water. Not so big a deal. But when I went to wipe it away, I could see yellow right through it, right? It was kind of dissolving right through. And so that's another example of how this is not fully cured. Because if I let this dry overnight or for a week or so, if I put water on that surface, it's just because acrylic paint is plastic, right? If this was fully dried, well, you know, it would be like putting water on top of a jar like that. It would just sit on top and bead. If I let it sit there for like 20 minutes, it would start dissolving that surface. But clearly this surface still needs a little bit more time. So we're gonna just let this do its thing for a little while. Yura says, hello from Ukraine. I love your lessons. Oh, my friend. Thank you for joining me all the way from my ancestral homeland. I love it. That's so cool. Absolutely. So that just makes my day. That's so cool. Well, hopefully one day I can come out there and visit my fellow Ukrainians and celebrate in peace together. My blessings to you and your family. I hope everyone is safe and sound as much as possible. My sincere hopes for that. Okay, so I'm gonna move from this again. I'll let this dry as long as I can before I do my image transfer. And so while that's drying, let's move on. And we're going to talk about So while this is drying, let's talk a little bit about the artwork that we're going to paint today and who might have made it and who was it made for. Now, spoiler alert, we don't know any of the answers for sure to any of those questions, but there's still plenty for us to talk about here. So here's again a shout out to the Facebook group. I encourage everybody to join that. So where should we begin? Okay, so there's the image as it appears today at the Metropolitan Museum of Art's off-site building called the Cloisters in New York City. Maybe let's start there. Probably most people, I would say, aren't necessarily aware of the cloisters, or might have heard of it but don't know anything about it. It's definitely not. It's way off the beaten path. It's about as far north in New York City as you can possibly get. It's literally on the northern tip of Manhattan Island. So let's just kind of zoom out here. So, you know, when people talk about New York, they're usually talking about the southern tip of Manhattan Island, right? You've got Empire State Building right up here. You've got Broadway. Times Square is right up here. I went to art school down, where's Cooper Union, right down here. This is the school that I attended in New York City, Cooper Union, right there. Loved that school, changed my life. Oh, here's the building. They've moved a few buildings. Right across the street right here, a long time ago, I think it was right there, was CBGB's. And oh, and then if you're ever in this area of town, you got to go to McSorley's Old Ale House. I think one of the oldest bars in North America. Really cool. Must see, must see. That is one of the coolest places on earth. And so this was kind of when I lived in New York City, that was my kind of neighborhood. Although I lived at the 23rd Street Y, which was right across from the Chelsea Hotel. I don't know if the Y is still there. And there's a million stories of that experience. I'm sure New York was just starting to change at that time. It was a pretty different world. Anyway, so here's the southern tip of Manhattan, right? And then maybe if you visited New York, you might have come up to Central Park, and perhaps you visited, well, there's Museum of Modern Art is somewhere right around here. I'm not sure, Midtown, somewhere around there. So if you've come up to Central Park, you might have visited the Metropolitan Museum of Art right here, and the Guggenheim Museum right there. You have the Upper West Side and Upper East Side. And then if we keep going up here, we get into Harlem and the Apollo Theater. If you're ever visiting New York, you gotta go see a show at the Apollo. I don't know if do they still air night showtime at the Apollo on television? I remember when I was growing up, that was a big deal. Especially the most hilarious part is when the crowd doesn't like what's going on, people start booing, and then a guy runs out with a cane and drags him off the stage. Oh, that's great. Okay, but anyway, if you keep going further north, and you keep going further north, and you keep going further north, we get right up here. This is the northern tip of Manhattan Island. And Fort Tryon Park here is what is known as the cloisters, or the Met cloisters. And I don't, we could I could do a whole episode just talking about the cloisters, but where should we go? Let's go to the side here and just sort of show you. The cloisters is basically a purpose-built building built in the late 1920s, early 30s, mostly funded by John D. Rockefeller Jr. Nelson Rockefeller was the it was John D. Rockefeller Sr. was the founder of Standard Oil, which was really the biggest oil company in the world. And, to the credit of the Rockefeller family, they were some of the most important philanthropists in human history, or at least American history, along with Andrew Carnegie. But so anyway, this building was built by Rockefeller to house the collection of the medieval art collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And it's this gorgeous building. Again, it's right near on the northern tip of the island. It's got these gorgeous views of This is the Hudson River, I believe. Right on this big outcropping. It is also literally right on the it's the highest natural point in all of New York City. Obviously, there's lots of man-made points, human-made points that are taller, being things like the Empire State Building, right? The Chrysler Building, the Freedom Tower, is that what it's called? Which are obviously much higher. It's also the last stop on the train when you're going north. Oh, I didn't know we could go up here. Right, I think the box office, you go through that tunnel, maybe? I can't remember. I didn't know we could zoom up the path here. Oh, I guess not. Okay, so if you're ever in New York, if you're there for a couple of days, this might be kind of a bit out of the way, but it is certainly, I made the mistake of when I was a student in New York. I don't think I went to the cloisters until maybe the final week I was in town. People have been telling me, you got to go to the cloisters. It's the most amazing. And I'm like, yeah. And then I look at the map and be like, it's like an hour train ride from, the Lower East Side. Like, man, just to go see some old paintings, like, seriously, which now I think very differently about. But, when I was there, I was in my late teens, early 20s, and obviously my worldview was way more narrow. So the highlight of the cloisters is the unicorn tapestries. And do they have all of them in here? Doesn't look like they're all there. So maybe here's the Metropolitan Museum of Art's page. Do they have all the images? Okay, I think there's enough here for us to talk about. So let's zoom in here. So we don't know who created these paintings. We don't know why they were created, who they were created for, what necessarily the story is behind them or the meaning behind them. So this entire series of tapestries is shrouded in mystery, which I know can be kind of frustrating, but personally, I wrote my graduate thesis on the importance of mystery. So for me, this is one of my favorite things. I love when things are a little bit ambiguous. We don't really know for sure what's going on, and we have to use our detective skills to try to make some inferences. And it also allows for the imagination to project into things. And, I'm a big believer in leaving more to the imagination than necessarily showing things. Like an example might be Alfred Hitchcock, in the way, instead of showing gore and, like say the famous scene of Psycho where the woman is being attacked in the bathroom, literally there's no at any point where a knife touches the human body, but when you watch it, you're like, oh my goodness, this is terrifying, because it's all takes place in the viewer's mind, right? It's all just intercuts through complex editing that makes it appear that we're seeing all this violence. But there are some things that the main, well, let's just talk about what we see. Now, we're not even sure that there's a particular order that these tapestries fall in, but there's a generally accepted order that makes sense to most people. And that's why it's been dubbed the hunt for the unicorn. And this is generally believed to be the first panel. So in this first panel, we have these figures who are very well dressed, which means that they're probably of nobility, some important people, whether they're part of a royal family or extremely wealthy landowners. They're more dressed up for like a party than they would be for the practical necessities of going for a hunt in the forest. The clothing they're wearing gives us a pretty good idea of when these artworks were created. So we don't know for sure, but we believe somewhere between 1495 to 1505. So in this first panel, or what we believe to be the first panel, you have all these well-dressed men, young men, who are leading these hunting dogs into the forest. And a few things to think about. This is the particular style of artwork too, which is the mille fleurs, which literally translates to the 1,000 flowers in French, is a type of artwork where we see literally 1,000, well, maybe not 1,000 in this here, but maybe dozens, if not hundreds, of different types of plants that are all believed to be plants that are in and around northern France. It's believed that this tapestry was designed in France and then sent to Brussels, which at that time was part of the Habsburg Netherlands Empire. And so it was technically it was a Dutch territory, although obviously Brussels is now in Belgium. But Brussels was basically the tapestry weaving capital of the world, where the finest tapestries were made. So the fact it's made in Brussels also tells us that whoever commissioned this had a lot of money, right? Because this would have taken each one of these at least about a year or two to create. And the fibers that are used, the pigments, there's gold threads in here, pigments that are from far away that would have cost a fortune to have shipped in. And so it is pretty remarkable. So here we see these guys, and they're leading these dogs into the forest. And up here in the corner, do we have a little close-up? In the corner, we see this other fellow kind of gesturing, like, hey, over this way, over this way. So it's believed that, and this guy's sort of turning into this direction, like they've seen something. There's something this way. So what they do is they come upon this next panel here, a fountain, and around the fountain we have a unicorn dipping its horn into this river, or well, not into a river, but into the water. Well, maybe it's a river. This fountain kind of pouring out into here, and it was believed that the unicorn was a symbol of purity, right? That the unicorn, by touching its horn into the water, would purify the water and therefore make it possible for other animals and humans to drink out of it. Right, because back in the Renaissance, diseases were common, and they didn't really know why people would suddenly get sick. So it was in some ways kind of magical why some people lived and why some people didn't. Right, so what the unicorn is doing is purifying that water and allowing the other animals, and so you have basically all these different animals gathering around to drink from this purified water. While that's happening, you see an ever-increasing amount of men gathering around, kind of watching from behind the bushes at the unicorn as its knees bend and it's tipping the tip of its horn into the water. And then on the next panel here, we see the hunt is really on, and it's been surrounded by all of these soldiers, or hunters, I mean, who are trying to attack it and have got it, basically seems to be sort of cornered with their pointy spears, and it's sort of fighting for its life. We can also see that it appears like it's been cut in the back here. It's been maybe punctured once. But it still is managing to survive. Right, so the unicorn is kind of galloping away from the fountain. And then this panel, what we see here is the unicorn fighting back. The unicorn is The unicorn was believed to be one of the fiercest animals, or at least mythical animals, of all, and that it was basically impossible to kill on its own without using some sort of trickery or a trap, which we'll get into here in a moment. So here we see the unicorn has pierced the hide of one of the hunting dogs here. We see the blood pouring out of the dog. And then we see its back hooves here, kind of bucking up, rearing up, kind of about to knock this guy flat on his back, right? We can also see, quite importantly, that the unicorn has been pierced in its right side here, which, if you know your biblical history, is also what happened to Jesus when he's on the cross, right? And we'll come back to why that's important. But here, this is the unicorn fighting back. Some of these have been given titles. I don't know. Obviously, these titles were given to them by people hundreds of years later. We don't actually know what they're called because we don't really know much about these to begin with, so we certainly don't know what they were titled. This image here is basically what's left over. These are fragments from one of the artworks, and it's a real shame that this is all that's left of this one, because in many ways this is the crux of the story here. What we see here is obviously one of the hunters hiding in the forest, and he's got his kind of a trumpet, and he's sounding the alarm to the other hunters who are probably hiding elsewhere in the forest. And then we see this handmaiden here who is looking back towards him and probably signaling to the figure here, saying like, it's a go. The unicorn has been pacified. We see that there's a dog here that is either biting or nibbling or sniffing at the wounds on the unicorn. And while it's probably, I don't know if I can get this any bigger here. We do see a sleeve and a hand here reaching around the neck of the unicorn. And it is believed to be that this is the arm of a young maiden or a virgin, because we'll get into kind of why that is. But essentially, the myth of the unicorn is that the only way in which it could be pacified would be if it came into contact with a virgin, and that this young maiden would be kind of brought in as part of the hunt and be put into sort of a clearing, and that the unicorn would approach and would sort of be enraptured by this woman, this young girl, and would its head down in her lap and fall asleep. At which time, right, the handmaiden waves her hand, the hunter blows his trumpet, the hunters move in, and that brings us to the next panel here. The next panel shows in the top left corner here the unicorn being attacked and being speared, the dogs ferociously leaping onto it, tearing away at its hide. And this goes back to a lot more kind of Renaissance medieval early Renaissance medieval painting, where you see multiple images, almost like a comic strip in one. So we have the unicorn being killed up top, and then the unicorn being, its corpse is slung over the back of this horse, being paraded through the town and being shown off to probably the king or queen or some wealthy nobles in the village, potentially, possibly the people that had commissioned this, or who were given the gift of these tapestries. Again, we don't know who they were. We have some ideas, but it's possible that that's who they're being illustrated as. So, in many ways, this is how the story ends, with the unicorn dead and being paraded through town, which makes the artwork we're going to be doing today kind of a little bit of an anomaly, because all of a sudden we've got this picture where the unicorn is inside of this small fence, a fence that, by the way, the unicorn could probably quite easily leap over. It's been fenced in, and oops, where are we here? In fact, let's go back. Let's go to this image here. The unicorn's been fenced in, and it is, you can see, chained with this very light chain. I mean, a unicorn, considering it's supposed to be one of the most powerful animals around, could easily jump over this fence and probably could easily break this chain, right? But it doesn't appear to be in any distress. It seems to be happily enclosed in this space. Also importantly, beneath a pomegranate tree. A pomegranate tree was considered to be a medieval symbol for fertility because it was full of little seeds, right? And this is another quite disputed thing. Different people have different ideas. Many people believe that these are stains from the pomegranate tree dripping on top of the unicorn. And then there's, of course, other people who say, are you crazy? Did you not see the first 6 panels there where it was being speared by the hunters and there was dogs climbing all over it, biting it? So, of course, these are bite marks from dogs. We have no idea. And this is maybe one of the more hotly contested ideas here, is exactly what is going on in this painting. So we have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. You can put it down in the comments what you think it is. Are those bite marks, or are those stains from the pomegranate tree? So there's 2 interpretations of this painting, or this tapestry, which one is that this is just a pure standalone piece, that this isn't part of necessarily the story that we had seen before, but sort of maybe an extra one, right? Or, maybe it's like a deleted scene in the movie that ends up on the DVD or on YouTube, right? This would be that version of it. Or kind of like a book cover, or, maybe they're just like, would it be cool? We should just make one with just a unicorn all by itself instead of all those hunters around it. The other thing that a lot of people believe is that this whole story is an allegory for Christ. And particularly this image serves as an allegory for the resurrection of Christ, in that we have, through that whole story, this idea of Christ, who's this pure figure that, literally sent from God, God's Son, or God incarnate on earth, who's misunderstood and hunted down by Roman soldiers, ultimately crucified, obviously stabbed in under his ribs there on his right side, just as the unicorn was in some of the previous tapestries we looked at. And then obviously he dies, taken down from the cross, put in entombed, and a few days later rises. Remember, we did the Touch Me Not painting by, is it Giotto? Obviously lots of people did that. We did I think that was the oldest painting we've done thus far, but that painting was essentially the Christ risen, right? Christ emerges from the tomb, and Mary Magdalene is outside, and he's like, don't touch me, and because he's now kind of, risen. And so that's sort of what many people believe. So that this whole story is an allegory for Christ. Another belief of this whole thing is that that this story is an allegory for marriage and love, which I think is kind of interesting. That this idea that the unicorn is a male figure, it's a male creature. I mean, I mean, just sort of the horn is a stand-in for what part of male anatomy, right? And it has been tricked by this virgin. The only way that you could possibly get, you know, a man who is pure and noble to to get married is by being tricked by a young virgin, at which point he's chained up and then chained to this tree, and these circles, these rings, and the ring around its neck are all symbolic of, you know, the eternal return of marriage, of and being underneath this pomegranate tree, which represents fertility, you know, and so, which I find is all very funny, right? Like, it's to me, it just speaks of a particular patriarchal worldview of, like, men are always just being hoodwinked by young women. They're just, you know, men are powerless in the face of these evil temptresses, which are always out there just trying to snag us and entrap us and keep them enclosed within a marriage. Right? I find that, like, yeah, I find very funny. But, you know, again, it just shows that's a particular worldview from which, you know, I would like to say is completely irrelevant 500 years later, but obviously there's some people who still subscribe to that, these kind of outdated gender roles and stories and myths, etc. But so I find all that really fascinating, these different, and so the main thing is we end up having these two things, which is like, no, it's an allegory for Christ, or no, this is an allegory for marriage, right? And no, it has to be one or the other. Personally, as I was doing research, I'm like, why does it? I don't quite understand why it has to be one or the other. Can't we have these two stories kind of telling similar but maybe different stories altogether? Because we've known for a long time that unicorns have been, you know, a Christian, lots of Christian symbology. In fact, unicorns are mentioned briefly in the Bible. I didn't know that. That was kind of a new thing to me. I had no idea that they were mentioned in the Bible. And also, again, they're also this symbol of fertility, right? This idea of this giant horn on this phallic symbol is kind of a dead giveaway to that. It's also, you know, as I was doing the research for this, I started kind of looking into, like, what is the actual, like, what is the background behind unicorns? Where do they come from? Did people actually believe in unicorns, or was this always just a myth? Like, what's the deal? And long story short, I wasn't able to really verify the truth of all of this. There's a couple interesting articles that I've linked in the description below that you can read. But the myth or stories or anecdotes of unicorns goes back like 5,000 years, right? So this is not a new idea that has just popped up on children's television, but goes back quite far. Like, you have the ancient Greeks and Romans talking about this. One of the earliest is this Greek physician and historian. I heard how this was. It sounded like Caesar, but it's Caesar. I think it's, yeah, Casius. He was one of the first to travel to India, and it's funny. I found like this video, children's video actually, where there's a depiction of him going to India, and while he's there, he encounters some people who regale him with tales of unicorns. So he's one of the first to start writing about it. Later on, we have Marco Polo as he travels around the world. I think when he gets to, is it Madagascar or Sumatra? Again, there's these legends of the unicorn, and he claimed to have, from his ship, looking through his telescope, seen unicorns running around on the shore, but did describe them as being very different than the unicorns of myth, that they were in fact basically kind of like woolly mammoths, or kind of like a combination between rhinoceroses and woolly mammoth. And so it's believed that possibly what he was talking about is this thing called the Siberian unicorn. Although we don't think these things were still alive at that point, but these what has been called the Siberian unicorn did live during early human history, like literally cave person times. And let me see if is there an illustration of these. You can see that they're these they look like rhinoceroses, but they had a much wider and pointier horn. Right, that's sort of what they were. So kind of like a bison, and these were big too. They weren't just like horses, but again, you imagine almost like a rhinoceros or a hippopotamus covered in fur with a huge horn. So it's possible that like our ancient like earliest ancestors would have seen these probably around Eurasia. You know, speaking of my Ukrainian friend here, probably around the steppe and in and around China, but probably were hunted into extinction by our great old ancestors. And so it's possible that those stories carried down for thousands and thousands and thousands of years into stories and songs. There's we have these images here on these ancient seals. I'm just going to scroll down here, which I think is absolutely fascinating. So we have this image here of this unicorn. Now, again, is this actually a unicorn, or is this just some kind of antelope or a deer that, because of the way it's depicted, the artist wasn't able to put two horns, just put one horn. The other one would be ostensibly kind of hidden in behind this one. Although we could say that about the legs, and yet we do see both, all four legs placed side by side here. So this goes way back. This is very, very long ago where that happened. I found this funny. This Q&A. Frequently asked questions. Can unicorns fly? Yes, in most depictions they can fly. Can I ride a unicorn? Unfortunately, no. Unicorns are not real and thus cannot be ridden like horses. I think that's pretty funny. Okay, where else? What else do I want to? So obviously, there's definitely people who've claimed to have had captured unicorns. There were recipes for what was the recipe? It was for some sort of disease that you would. Okay, here it is. A mixture of powdered liver of the unicorn and egg yolks could cure leprosy. Of course, obviously, you'd have to find a unicorn, so that could be pretty tricky. You might have be stuck with leprosy. But what? Obviously, the other animal that is kind of probably most famous for its horn would be the narwhal, right? So the narwhal is this kind of whale that has what appears to be this giant horn, although, again, all new to me. This is actually a tooth that for some reason is protruding through the front of its face. It's not technically a horn, but the narwhal has this gigantic horn, and possibly over the course of time, through mistranslations and things, that somehow there was a conflation between whales with horns and horses with horns. I was thinking today, like, how could that happen? I was kind of thinking maybe at some point, thousands of years ago, somebody, a traveler from far off, did some trading, had a narwhal horn, and somebody was like, wow, that's incredible. Can I buy that off you? And like, sure, yeah, we got lots of these things right off the shore. And then he brings it back, and, he presents it to, I don't know, like an ancient Roman emperor, some important landowner, king, queen, a pope, religious figure. And it's like, Your Honor, here's this this horn from this incredible animal from far, far away. And maybe the king was like, wow, this a I bet you this is from like this is a unicorn horn. I knew that these things were real. And the guy's like, well, it's actually, like, for your incredible effort at finding this unicorn horn, I am going to give you 1,000 golden coins. And this person's like, well, yes, you are right, Your Honor. It is a unicorn horn. I'm grateful for your reward. And just sort of walks away like, what am I going to do? Contradict the king in front of, like, everybody? I'm just going to take the money and walk away. And then, maybe a dozen years later, is talking to people and is like, are you the guy that found the unicorn horn? Like, wow, you were like, and it's just like, yeah, I'm the guy that found the unicorn horn. Like, oh my goodness, this thing has got out of control. So, I mean, who knows how exactly all of these stories spread over thousands and thousands of years, but over the course of time, unicorns have become part of our history and our culture. Unicorns have appeared in all sorts of pop culture. One of my personal favorites would be The Last Unicorn. I remember watching this movie many times as a kid. This movie, The Last Unicorn, from 1982. And one of the interesting things about it, I was just watching the movie with my daughter the other day, and the opening credits for the movie feature an animated version of the unicorn tapestries, where parts of the tapestries come to life and they interact with one another. It is pretty cool to see. The animation is a little bit clunky, but it is also kind of cool to see these ancient art, well, not ancient, but 500-year-old artworks coming back to life for new generations. Okay, I do actually want to mention just really quickly, I did really also enjoy this article. This is linked in the description below. This author, she talks about this, growing, she had seen the unicorn tapestries and bought this kind of hand-stitched version, which hung in her daughter's bedroom for years. And then when they grew up and went to college and moved out, she took it and hung it in her office, and she looked at it all the time, and then decided she had this blog and wanted to start doing some research into unicorns. And it's a really kind of fascinating kind of story, kind of what she digs up, that really, particularly from a woman's perspective, kind of really sheds a different kind of light on the myth of the unicorn and what it's all about, and potentially kind of how what's the word? I wouldn't say toxic, but how it really reinforces some kind of negative ideas of womanhood and sexuality, virginity, and so I highly recommend reading this, because she was sort of like, wow, this is kind of, I didn't realize how just, this story is being perpetuated to often young girls. Like my own daughter, her favorite TV show is Unicorn Academy, which I think is a Canadian-made animated show that is fairly recent. It is really good. I've seen every episode probably 100 times. But it's all about, these magical unicorns, and they're all almost all ridden by these young kind of preteen girls in this school for unicorn riders. But this idea that the unicorn sort of represents purity, and it's kind of really reinforcing this idea that the importance of chastity and being pure until marriage, and that are, in 2024 particularly, kind of concepts that are being kind of questioned, to say the least, right? And so I just think that's really interesting. I recommend people read that article. I think that's pretty fascinating. One last thing I want to move on. This is also kind of cool. I'm going to go back to the images of the unicorn tapestries from the Met, because in the mid-1990s, they did some restoration of the tapestries. And so they took them off the wall, and they also peeled the backing off there that was used to stabilize them. So we'll just kind of flip through this. And to their surprise, this is what the backside of these tapestries look like. So a lot of people would have expected, if you looked at the back of this tapestry, that it would be a whole bunch of ragged pieces of knots of fabric and be kind of basically, imperceptible. But what's kind of amazing is it's almost a carbon copy of the other side, which shows the precision and the quality of craftspersonship here that was involved in creating this, that you could basically take it off the wall and show the other side without, perhaps some people would be completely convinced that that's the right way around. A few things that we do notice is how some of the colors have changed and faded over time. Oddly enough, more so on this side than the other side, which I'm not quite sure why that would happen. But it does just show the quality of these tapestries, that they are basically reversible. So, another thing, just another quick last thing that I'd be remiss to talk about. One of the other great mysteries of the unicorn tapestries is this mysterious monogram, the A and this reversed E, that appear throughout all of the tapestries, generally in all four corners, and particularly in the one we're working on today, the unicorn at rest, right above the unicorn on either side of the pomegranate tree. So what is the purpose of these letters, the A and the E? What do they represent? Do they represent the name of the artist? That's probably unlikely. It's likely that, this is a particular time, and particularly tapestry manufacture, where there's probably dozens, if not hundreds, of artists that worked on this. And even the designers, probably there's multiple people working on these designs, so it's probably not the signature of the artist. So it's likely that this A and E there's two main theories. The first theory that has been postulated is it stands for Adam and Eve, right? Considering this is, the unicorn is kind of a Christian symbol, or became a Christian symbol. It's not out of the realm of possibility that A and E stand for Adam and Eve. especially if this is an allegory for marriage, right? And love and fertility, reproduction. That's possible. But, you know, and these A and E are also tied together, right? But that is sort of seen as a lesser possibility. There's two other ones here. I want to make sure I get these right. Okay, so it was believed kind of many theories believe that it was made for Francois, the son of Jean II de la Rochefoucauld, and his wife Marguerite de Barbezieux. So their son, and so his last name was Antoine, and Francois' son. So it was probably made for. So this wealthy family had a son who probably commissioned them and then gave them to his son, so the grandchildren, basically perhaps as a marriage gift. And so his son, where is it, Antoine? And so it could be a combination of the first letter of his name, A, and the E from the end of that word. So it's Antoine. And possibly also it happened to be that his wife, his new bride, was Antoinette of Amboise. And so both her first and last names start with an A and both end with an E. So you have a lot of A and E's so a lot of people, that's generally the most commonly interpreted idea, is that there's some relationship between those names and those letters. Again, we're not for sure. There is also, I'm not sure if it's here in the... another possibility is that this was commissioned by Anne of Brittany to celebrate her marriage to Louis the 12th, the King of France. And so again, this could be the A and the E from Anne. Yeah. So, but, you know, even the Tom Campbell, former director of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, acknowledged in 2002 that experts still do not know for whom or where the tapestries were made. So, long story short, these things we really have no idea who made them, why they were made, for whom they were made. We have a general idea of when they were made, and possibly generally where they were made, probably in Brussels. And I know I keep saying this is the last thing, but maybe the reason why they ended up in New York City and not somewhere in France where they resided for so long is that they were purchased, as I think I mentioned earlier, by John D. Rockefeller Jr. from the Rochefoucauld family. Interestingly enough, during the French Revolution, they were looted from the family's castle. And for probably several hundred years, they were used to cover potatoes in a barn. And potentially that's why one of those tapestries was in such bad shape that it was cut down and only several fragments remain. The fact, though, that they didn't feature any kings or queens is probably one of the reasons why it survived, whereas a lot of other images of the various different kings and queens of France, when the palaces were stormed, were destroyed. So, you know, it's probably not ideal that they were used in a barn to keep the vegetables from rotting during the winter, but the fact that they survived it all is kind of a mini miracle. So, lots of interesting things here. I think I just spoke for about an hour and a half on the unicorn tapestries. So that probably means that this should be dry enough for us to move on to the next step here. Okay, so let's get the image onto the canvas. Now, this feels much more dry, but it is still a little bit tacky. Even though we painted this over an hour ago, I think I still want to be careful. I can hear that sticking a little bit. So, can I reach? So, oh no. It's so hot in here. I forgot to turn the fans on, and the camera automatically shut off to cool itself down. I didn't even notice that happening. See if I can get this. Okay, let's do that all again. So now let's start our image transfer process. Now we let the canvas dry for over the past hour, and I think it's pretty dry, but it's still a little bit tacky. Ideally, I would let this dry overnight. I don't want to continue blowing hot air on it because that's going to keep making this surface, it's going to heat it up and make it a little bit tacky again. I want to try to keep this, let it cool down as much as possible. But I don't want to put paper, well, the carbon paper directly on the surface if I can avoid it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little template here. And so basically what I just did, looks like a gourd of some kind. I just traced around the main features here. And this is going to be intended to protect the surface as much as possible. So that only this area is going to be directly touching the canvas and the paint. So I'm going to, when I put this down, I can rest my fingers on it with hopefully not getting I'm still anticipating I'm going to see some white marks on there, but what's going on here, Markowsky? I'm going to put the, I want to put the carbon paper underneath there. So let's get this first in place. Looks pretty good, about halfway. So this should make that relatively easy to fold back over. Okay, now I've got two kinds of, I've got charcoal paper and graphite paper. Now ostensibly these are exactly the same thing. The one thing is I got this, the charcoal paper, at an art supply store. I got this, I think I got this at a fabric store. So the graphite, so often people will use things like graphite paper to transfer patterns onto fabric during the sewing process. I'm going to use the charcoal paper as opposed to the graphite paper because, well, it literally says right here, tracing marks easily erased with a damp cloth. Oh, remain to be seen. Let's just see. This is a little bit bigger than a sheet of paper. So here's a little preview of an upcoming episode of another George O'Keeffe. Hopefully people aren't too sick of her. I was going to do that today, and I thought, you know what, maybe I should just switch it up a little bit. Keep things, because I know not everybody is perhaps interested in George O'Keeffe, but we'll come back. I've done a bunch of, okay. Where can I test this? I just want to where is a canvas? Okay, here, let's use one of these. What is the right side down? It's not showing it up at all. What's going on? I'm not seeing... Am I just crazy? Nothing is happening there. How is that possible? Okay. You know, this is the thing. Sometimes I buy art supplies and then I have them around for years, and then when I finally come to use them, I realize this doesn't work at all. Okay. Well, good to know. And I realize I haven't used this. I've used the carbon paper before. I think it looks like I've made this mistake before. Oh, there it goes. Why is this one working? This... Maybe, oh, maybe one side was the protecting side. Didn't I just test that? Okay, well, for whatever reason... That's super odd, but whatever. You pay for 4 sheets, and turns out only one of them works. Okay. Oh, let's just test. It says I can wipe that away with a damp cloth. Good, okay. That's excellent. That's what I want to see. So perhaps I didn't need to be just quite so... this might be a bit overkill, but considering this has happened to me many times before, where I've put carbon paper directly onto a surface and it has kind of rubbed off. Okay, just put that tape there, also just to keep it as taut as possible. Whew, that was a pain in the butt. Okay, but we've got it going. So, this also should allow me that I don't have to, I can press down here without worrying about carbon paper transferring. Let's just do a little peek. Can't see. Yep, okay, it's working perfect. Okay. If anything, it's very bright, so I might just be a little bit careful here. I'm not going to trace all of these shapes, but I think I'm going to just trace those circles. Okay, so I got the main gist of maybe I'm gonna do. Okay, man, there are a lot of lines in here. One of the things that I did when I was doing these outlines is I turned I unified all of these the circular posts, or these, what do you call these, the rings of the fence into perfect circles, unlike the original, which are kind of wonky. And man, you know, honestly, I sat up last night thinking about this, like, man, am I totally just ruining the original concept here? And then I thought, you know what? The likelihood that I'm going to paint this all neat and orderly and tidy is basically zero. So even if they're a little bit, so they almost like need to start out kind of perfect, because as I paint them, they are sure to get kind of sloppy. And so by being a little bit perfect now, when they start getting sloppy, they'll still stay at some level of recognizability and not turn into a total disaster. So you can tell me whether you think I'm doing something sacrilegious here by kind of modifying the original design and changing it into, like, so-called improving it from the original, or if this is an acceptable way of going about things. This also was probably took me longer than any other outline I've ever done. Every single other one I've done took, you know, sometimes they take 20 minutes, an hour. This one took about 4 hours to do. And man, if it's going to take 4 hours just to trace it, painting it is going to be at least that amount of time. Okay, I was about to peel the tape off, which is worth double checking and seeing that I've gone over these lines. This is also why I really like using a red pen as opposed to a black pen or pencil. Years ago I used to use a red pencil to do this, but I ended up going through lots of red pencils. Man, it's kind of sticking. I'm sure I've missed some major detail there. I haven't done the monograms yet. I'll do that here in a moment. Okay, here's the big reveal. Oh, you can see carbon paper sticking to the surface there. Oh, there it looks. That's interesting. Oh, let's. I'm gonna. How should I do this next? I'm just going to put these little corners in here to get the monograms. Okay, that's good enough. It's slightly off center. Can always move that over. In fact, maybe this is the time to do it. How did that get off? Oh, it seemed to came out of the printer a little bit crooked. That's odd. It's kind of hard to see, so... you know what? I think I could probably paint that. Okay, that's not a big deal. So let's just get into the painting. Since I can remove a little bit of this with a bit of water, just going to gently do that now. I've got, I'll just zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. You can see this is where the fold in the carbon paper was. Again, not a big deal. It actually wipes away really well. The only thing is, again, because this is relatively fresh, I just want to be careful I don't wipe too much away. Nothing like good tea. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even notice. I should have measured this a little bit closer, but you could see that in my printer it went right to the edge here and left a little board. It was kind of crooked, so everything was a little bit crooked. Thus are the surprises of life. Just trying to think. Okay, where do we want to go to next? Oh, Sandra says, "Hi, Michael. This is looking cool. Black Imprimatura and white carbon paper. Yeah, something a little bit different. Trying to keep myself on my toes. Good to see you in the chat there, Sandra. Next step here. So, we've come in a circuitous route to get to where we are now, And I think what we want to do is now just start painting in some of these lines that we've drawn from the image transfer process. Now, usually we would have done that towards the very beginning of the episode, but because of the particular nature of this composition, we just did that in the previous step. So it allows us now to paint on top of this much darker surface without having to fuss so much about, getting right up to these lines or painting over them. In fact, the only thing I'm mostly worried about now is like all of that white. It's kind of like a fine little powder of that getting into my paint. So probably what I'm going to do first here is try to mix a relatively high amount of white into these next layers, both to overcome the dark background, but also to absorb some of the charcoal powder that was on the image transfer paper. So where should we begin here? Let's look at the image again. And well, I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'm like thinking, should I go for the unicorn first, or go for the fence first? I think, why don't we just start with a white? I might even make it slightly off-white, and that way we can always brighten it up later on. So that unicorn it's a white, but it's got a little bit of warm yellow into it. And I'm going to add maybe a higher amount than I really need. That way I can, if I want to lighten areas of the unicorn, I can do that as well. But that'll mean that it's almost like a little bit of Imprimatura coming through here. So let's get a brush out. Let's zoom back in. Okay. How stable is that? Well, I'm going to hope that if I can get this down and blow dry it, that I might be able to very gently take a cloth, and if there is any smudges, that I'm going to be able to remove them. Can gently kind of paint them away. Also, while I'm doing this, I want to be kind of careful not to leave any kind of major areas of texture or ridges, because those will be kind of baked in and Okay. Turned out reasonably well. Let's get the tail. Yeah, let's do. I'm just gonna do kind of. I was contemplating maybe painting the fence first and then this tail. I don't think it's not a too big of a deal. You know, one thing I kind of like about doing these live streams is because there's sort of a little bit of a sense of urgency. It kind of forces me to just make a decision and move on. Because, you know, sometimes when I'm just painting on my own, I might be like, yeah, you know, what should I do here? You know what? Let's go have a sandwich and relax for a little bit and think it over. Of course, I'm not actually doing any thinking, I'm just procrastinating. But when I'm live, it's like, okay, well, let's keep this ship running here. Which I'm actually thinking of doing some live streams while I paint my comic book. Just as sort of like an open studio of, rather than actually doing a class, just like, hey, mostly for not particularly the interest of content, but to keep myself accountable to something, so I can get stuff done. Okay, there's my unicorn. I think what I'm going to do actually is paint. I'm going to paint the monograms here next. Now these are brighter than they are in the original, but again, by painting them a little bit brighter, I can easily darken them. Maybe they definitely are a little bit too bright. But they are a little bit thick. In fact, I'm going to wipe these off. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. But I've committed to my bad ideas, so let's So, you know, I did that pretty quickly. Like, if you make a mistake, I think the best thing to do is to try to take care of it as quickly as possible. All right, the longer I sit here and hum and haw about it, the more likely it is just to kind of pass the point of no return. So I think while that's happening, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to remove these here on the bottom. That way I can move them. Let me see, how do the top ones fare here? Top one too, this top right one. I think this top left one there, I think that's okay. So I'll keep that in as reference. Let's just blow dry that. Where's my other? Okay. Barbara says, what's happening? Where's the happy warm yellow? Well, it's underneath everything. It's all the way down there at the very, very bottom. It's there. It's just hidden underneath. So we've kind of done a little bit of a different detour today. Oh yeah, when's your due date, Sandra? You must be, what you said, I think last time you're 6 months in? We'll have to have a celebration. We'll be in order, for sure, big time. That was wet. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. The thing is, glazing fluid is going to make the paint a little bit more transparent, but it is going to make it easier to paint with. And considering how hot it is in my studio right now, I think I'm going to take advantage of that opportunity. Sender's due on November 14th. Baby boy, okay. I didn't know we knew it was the gender yet. That's cool. There's the official gender reveal. Cool. Oh, I forgot the horn. Okay, well, maybe let's do the horn right now. You know, I'm just going to use this same color. Well, let's put a bit more yellow into it. It might be diluting the opacity of this color a little bit. In an ideal world, I could be able to get away with one layer of it. Probably not, but that would be the ideal world. So, man, it's a little bit overwhelming, all these lines. Kind of feeling like I should start down here so I don't have to get my hand all over that surface. So definitely put this painting off for a while. I was hoping to do this one for Unicorn Day, which I think is on April 9th. A year ago, but I kind of chickened out, or I didn't chicken out, as other things came up that I wanted to do, and as I was getting ready for today's episode, I was like, I've got all of the research done, I've been reading about this, got all the outlines done. I want to, I've been kind of putting this off for a while. Maybe let's bite the bullet and do this one, rather than just doing more and more work. For new paintings. Because sometimes that's happened here. I start to do a bunch of work on one, and then things come up because of conversations in the group, and I start thinking, oh, maybe let's do that one instead, or somebody suggests a painting. It gets me really excited. Like, I've probably got about 40 episodes already prepped and ready to go. I've just decided to do other things, or like last week's focus on George O'Keeffe. I was planning on doing something else, and then kind of at the last moment I changed my mind, and as you can see, I've got already a couple of other George O'Keeffe episodes ready to go. But I decided at the last moment to kind of go back to this, because at some point, if I put this off too long, I'll forget all of the research I've done, and my brain is only so big, and it's not all that big to begin with, so not getting any younger either. So just a little second coat here. I think this might be good enough. I mean, I could do another coat and it would just get brighter and brighter. I think one should be. Good enough. We'll see as we progress through here. I suppose one little downside about all of this is because I'm painting this in, if I do make mistakes or I'm a little bit sloppy, you really want to make sure that I got a little bit of my background color still here on the palette that I've preserved, that I can use for touching up little details. There's not a lot left. So I'm going to hope I get it right the first time. Now at the front here is kind of the gate. The way I've painted it thus far, it's a little bit ambiguous, so I'm just going to go with that, and we'll Okay. I'm going to take this color, I'm going to add a bit of red into this mix. Now, the warm red can be, well, I always find reds to be relatively transparent. I was going to say warm red, but magenta, maybe the cool red, could be, it's often even more transparent. So, okay. Let's, in fact, I should bring up the original here so you can see these side by side. Sanders says, Michael, do you think you'll hang this in your daughter's room when it's done? It's so unique. I love it so much. Yeah, definitely. Well, in my daughter's bedroom or in our living room, somewhere she can see it. We'll see. Sometimes it's very interesting to see what artwork she responds to and which ones she doesn't. Like I'm like, some of them I'm really excited. Like, here, look at this. She sort of looks at it, just pushes it away, and then some other ones she's just like fixated. Like, she loves the Jonathan Yeo portrait of Prince Charles. It's like one of her favorites. She likes looking at it and touching it. I think it's because it's a big face. I mean, she likes faces. What was one the other day? Oh, like the George O'Keeffe ones, big flowers. I thought maybe she really liked these big flowers. No, doesn't seem at all interested. So, yeah, it's a mystery. I mean, and that's, who knows, you know, with kids, it's like their interests kind of change day to day, so. It's like I remember my sister growing up. She used to be a candy fiend, just loved candy, especially Nerds. I don't know if you can buy Nerds around the world or it's a Canadian thing, but they're like these, they kind of come in a little box, and they're really kind of crunchy candy. It's almost like little crumbs of candy. And I think one of the fun things is because it comes in a little box, you can shake and make noise with them. And I remember that's just like, that was her favorite thing for years. And then one day, you know, we were talking about getting some Nerds. It's like, why would I want those? Those are gross. Oh, look. These are probably something like I gave her maybe some for Christmas one year. I don't eat those. Duh. Oh. It's like our daughter, as I said, her favorite TV show is Unicorn Academy on Netflix. Like, I have a Netflix subscription, and that's basically the only thing. I think I should, you know, I don't know if they come on DVD or whatever. Probably, and I could probably just cancel my Netflix subscription because that's literally all we watch. On occasion, like maybe once a month, after she's gone to sleep, I'll put something on Netflix for myself and then fall asleep 20 minutes into it. One thing is, it seems like so much more convenient to have, you know, a digital subscription that way. You know, we've been at the doctor's and she's kind of a little bit upset, so I just open up the Netflix app on my phone, queue up her show, tears go away, and she's just happily watching her show while the doctor examines her or something. And I mean, I suppose I could somehow record it and put it on my phone and have it always there, but parenthood is a little bit of, it's always a little bit of a negotiation, like how much of this is worth the effort to do, and maybe I can just, I'll just pay the $5 a month. One thing to note, I have a Netflix subscription. I have the cheap one where you get the ads, but because I only use it for our daughter as really to watch kids stuff, we never see any ads. I think they don't put ads on the kids stuff, which is great. But it means basically paying for the full access without ads on Netflix is, it's not worth it for me, because she doesn't, or, you know, as I said, barely watch anything on Netflix. It's happened like a few times where I've put something on Netflix, started watching, and then an ad comes on. I'm like, what? Oh yes, I got the cheap version. You know, something as I'm, well, I don't know. We'll have to see how this evolves. I mean, I could paint this and make it super solid. At the moment, though, they kind of looks like chalk, like as if I'm painting on like a chalkboard. The way that the semi-transparent nature of this paint is kind of behaving. So I don't, I think it's one of those things, is we'll keep painting and we'll just see. We'll make a judgment call a little bit further down the line. You know, it's like, is this working? Should it be more opaque? I mean, excuse me. My perfectionist tendencies sometimes mean that it makes it sometimes hard for me just to let it stay as it is. But we'll see. As it evolves, it could create a really cool effect. Here's a couple of lines or one line that I forgot to trace. Not a big deal. I knew there'd be a few here and there, so if that's one of the only ones, that's pretty good odds. So originally I was thinking about just painting all of this with with basically white, which frankly, you know, in some ways would have been the smarter thing. It would have gone faster. I would have much more coverage more quickly. But then I'd still have to go back over everything with color, otherwise the whole thing would just be white, right? It would look kind of strange. So at least now, as I paint, I'm going to have these semi-transparent areas. Which again kind of have a bit of a chalkboard quality. The hope would be that the subsequent layer of paint should be opaque enough to make them relatively solid. Probably not as solid as if I just from the outset painted them with white. You know, it's always a give and a take. You know, there's with every one of these paintings, there's a lot of, I think to myself, like, what's the best way to do it? And sometimes there's a clearly best way to do it. But times like with this painting, it's like, I think there's probably about 4 different routes I could go. And I think they're all going to end up in virtually the same place. With very little differences. I do think painting the whole background this dark blue is going to work out well. I think it's made for a really nice, smooth background. And so I don't have a bunch of really finicky lines right around all of these different shapes. Which would not only kind of look, you know, have all this texture building up around here, in some areas that would also be kind of more opaque and more transparent. But also, if I did do my image transfer first, it's possible that things could get pretty messy pretty quick, and I might have lost a lot of detail and So, you know, if this was really being made, if I was painting this for a king or a queen, I'd probably do this exact same process, but I would just be much slower and deliberate about it. I might even try to leave little gaps in between the colors here and try to allow this dark background color to almost act as if like it's an outline. But man, that would take a long time. It would require a lot of careful precision. Ooh. You know, so the original outline of the fence is kind of wonky. But when you consider the process of creating a tapestry on a giant loom, dozens of people working on it, perhaps simultaneously. Well, maybe not dozens. You probably have maybe like 4 or 5 people working on it at any one time. And the whole thing could only be done during daylight hours. You wouldn't be able to do this by candlelight. That's something that came up often in my research. Because the colors could, by candlelight, could be thrown off, and you want this done with extreme precision. If you're going to do this work and it's going to take a year, you might as well do it right rather than trying to rush it. So that is pretty fascinating, the amount of like time that would have been needed to do this. Okay, I think I'm just going to give this a quick blow dry, and then I'm going to go back over the lines or the shapes that I've just painted, and then we'll do another second coat. I'm gonna have to get a new hair dryer. This thing's been here with me for over 3 years. At first, I was using the hair dryer I used for my mustache, but then I would get paint all over this, and then I would get my mustache. So I've got to dedicate. I soon wisened up and dropped the $20 or $40, whatever it costs for that thing. I've got a proper hair dryer, but thing that just not quite as effective as it once was. Okay. I also, you probably noticed I blasted this with air for relatively a little bit longer than I needed to. I really want to make sure, again, there's a little bit of glazing fluid in here. The more this is dry, the more that when I paint over top of it, I'm not going to have any paint. The paint is really going to take very well. So that's really what I want. I want to just make sure that I don't have to do too much repainting. So that's pretty good, pretty opaque. Yeah, that's great. So I think I was just talking briefly there about the craftspersonship of this artwork. I mean, it's worth watching a few videos on how a loom works. Like, and as I said, the fact that this is reversible, that, you know, you could turn it around and see virtually I mean, obviously the image isn't identical, it would be backwards, obviously, but that essentially you're looking at the same image is mind-boggling. Just, I mean, I almost have no clue how you would actually do that. Like, it kind of, it just gives you an idea of the quality long story short, it makes me just think about how, you know, our expectations have just changed over the centuries, that we're willing to tolerate such low levels of quality in the various products that we own in our homes. And like so many things that we buy today can only last, you know, not even years, just a few years, but sometimes months or weeks. You buy it, you use it a couple times and it breaks, and then you just throw it away. And which is why I'm a believer in what are they? Oops, that's on camera. The right to I think it's called right to repair. There was a few lawsuits just recently against a lot of tech manufacturers that, you know, so many different tools, you know, whether it be smartphones or TVs, you know, if you were ever, like, even if you had the knowledge to open them up and tinker with them, which most of us don't have, but even if you did, most of those products just, you can't physically open them. They're all glued together, and all of the parts are, you know, they just kind of, if you tried to open it, it would void the warranty. You'd probably break it. And they do that deliberately so that so you can't fix it on your own. You have to get it fixed at the dealership, like an iPhone, or, you know, like if you ever had your screen replaced, you've ever dropped your phone and ever had to take it to get fixed somewhere, and maybe you take it to a third party place like a kiosk in a mall, as I've done. You know, one of the first things they do is they get you to sign a little thing saying you acknowledge that if this doesn't go the way you want, and you try to take it back to the Apple store, they're going to tell you right off the bat, sorry, by not bringing it here and getting us to fix it, you voided the warranty or your Apple Care, and unfortunately you're out of luck. Would you like to buy a new phone? I mean, I suppose we could say the same thing about this, though. Like, let's say you owned this and something happened to it. It'll be pretty hard. You wouldn't be able to just get out the sewing kit and fix it yourself. You'd have to, even if you knew some people who were really good, you took it to them, they'd be like, is this still under warranty? Because I would probably take it back to the original weavers and see if they can, because I wouldn't even know where to begin here. So this is coming along. I think that second coat of paint making a huge difference. So this does make me think too about, like, okay, how do I want to paint the mille fleurs, the 1,000 flowers in the background here. Obviously you can see I didn't bother tracing all those out, because painting all those tiny details would be really difficult and time consuming. So I'm planning on eyeballing most of that, if not all of it. And because of that, obviously it's going to be a little bit different. Even actually in my outline, I had to make some concessions, because I was like, man, I could literally be doing this outline for a week. It actually took me, I spread it out, it took me about 6-7 hours over a 3-day period. For that very reason, there's just so much detail, and so in the background I just kind of omitted probably about half of the plants, half of the flowers. Here I might even eliminate half of those. So basically by the end, if I have even a quarter the number of flowers in the original, I think that would be an achievement. Sometimes I forget to look up, and then I realize I've been painting off screen for 5-10 minutes. I'm sure that makes for compelling television. Okay. Beauty. So let's look at the original, just sort of show you. So the tops of all of these posts have a kind of a baby blue, so that's probably what I'm going to do next. And unlike the original, I might even paint this baby blue on these vertical areas here, so that I'll have kind of baby blue on the tops of the posts, and then also kind of inside, which is not the way the original one was done, even though there is a little bit of that blue cast on things. But it'll be our little secret. Okay. So, now that is a cool blue. Let's look at this. Weird. Okay. Okay, good. Whew, I thought this was... so you can see that looks like a cool blue. I want to do cool blue here. Or baby. Let's try a warmer blue, being in the foreground here. Oops. We'll do a coat of this blue and we'll just see if it works. If it works, it works. If not, our second coat could be a cooler blue over top of it. Just debating, should I blow dry that? I think we're going to be fine. There's a little bit of moisture on the brush. Don't want it dripping off the tip there. I think I am going to take some of this cool blue, mix it in here. Yeah, it just gives it's a little bit more electric. It's going to be a little harder to see with this first layer of paint. Now ideally, I don't really want to have to be doing any outlining with black. I could come back in with a Posca pen and go over everything. One thing I often feel with like a Posca pen is if you do it in one place, everything else seems to kind of scream out for attention, and then I might find myself going over top of all the little flowers, painting them, outlining every one of them. And if I didn't think this painting was going to take if I thought it was going to take long, then outlining every shape on here would just become, a literal marathon of maybe a dozen or more hours. So I might do the vertical parts with a different blue. Now I see how this is evolving. I really like this. Maybe the other one will just be more of an even cooler blue. Or maybe it would make sense to be a brown. Maybe that would make sense rather than blue, blue, blue. I think that actually would work. This blue is working really well in contrast to the orange. Orange is the complementary color to blue, so they're literally exactly the opposite from one another on the color wheel. So by having them side by side, it creates a great deal of depth. It causes the colors to really pop, makes the blues look more blue and the oranges look more orange. And even just today I was reading, as I was doing kind of research for the show, I was reading about the pigments used in this, and I picked up my book of Color by Victoria Finlay. I've recommended it before. But she has a great book, one of my favorite books on art, called travels through the paint, or it's called Color Travels Through the Paint Box. And in it, it's like a travel book, art book. She goes around the world trying to find like the origins of, you know, the various different pigments throughout history. Super fascinating. I was gonna say there's an illustrated version, but it's not really the same. It's a kind of a book that takes many of those ideas and then illustrates them with lots of pictures and paintings and diagrams. So that's what I was reading. I can't remember I think it's just called Color or something, or Color and Illustrated Guide. I can't remember what it's called. But one of the things they were talking about is this exact thing of like how with many tapestries they start to notice that, you know, some colors appeared really weak next to one another. And they'd be like, you know, you put an orange right next to a red, and customers, the word she used, customers were complaining. They'd say, there's something wrong with the reds you're using. They're not as bright as some of my other paintings, or even in some of the other areas of the painting. Like, I'm not sure what's going on, but, you know, you gotta figure it out, because I'm not going to pay these exorbitant sums for a painting that has some deficiencies. So they did all this research trying to track down what was going on. And, you know, because they thought, well, maybe there's the way the colors, when they're next to one another, maybe there's some sort of reaction happening to them, like the materials in them are infecting one another, right? Maybe there's like a magnetic quality in some pigments, which is not entirely, you know, ludicrous, especially considering so many pigments over the years were made with all sorts of substances, really complicated processes. So the likelihood that there would be a reaction was well founded. Anyway, long story short, they finally figured out in the early 1800s that the colors were actually exactly the same. They weren't changing. It was our perception of the color changes when certain colors are placed side by side. Which, you know, for us today is like, well, duh, obvious. But back in the day, that wasn't so clear, right? These are relatively new concepts that had to be kind of worked out. So mixing this bright yellow. Actually, I'm going to keep it bright. I was going to make it kind of a bit more of a green. But I think for right now, I'm going to keep it bright yellow, because it maybe when I paint it over top of this bright or really dark blue background, it might kind of look green as it is. So we'll see. I'm just going to paint the tree here. Just take a break from painting this one, because it's all wet. Yeah, it looks almost identical to my warm yellow and white. So yeah, let's take a bit of blue. We're going to turn this into a green, or cool blue, and cool yellow plus white. Okay, let's go like that. How that got so wide. I could clean that off. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it. Just cover it with leaves. I did it again. Do I want to start doing all of these leaves? Even though these, I don't know what these, oh, I guess these are pomegranates right here, right? Even though those are brown, I'm just going to paint them green. Very easy to paint over later. Just noticing that there's sort of a layer of blue leaves underneath these green leaves. I don't know if that's too much to try to paint, though. I guess I could use the same blue as I used previously. Because of how thin or thick I made some of those branches up top there. I'm going to significantly widen the base of the tree down here. Okay, that's probably good for right now. Kathy says, crazy, but I might give this one a try. A simplified version, of course, maybe a fall project, LOL. Well, it's definitely one of those ones that, yeah, it's time-consuming, but if you like the subject matter, you probably don't mind investing a little bit of time into it. I think I'm going to go... Let's paint those leaves. Let's stay on one thing here. I'm going to take my blue from earlier. I put a bunch of glazing fluid. I'm just going to make it a bit more transparent. This painting certainly would be a lot easier if you opted for like a light green background. Then you could just paint light green and you might be able to still see all of your pencil lines, and put darker flowers over top rather than painting lighter flowers and plants over top. Okay. Now, how to go about this here? So I'm definitely taking some major liberties here. As I'll be doing throughout really the rest of this whole painting, but I feel like my these leaves are getting wilder and wilder. This is probably going to be a reoccurring theme throughout this painting, where as I start painting more and more of this foliage, it starts to kind of get a little bit silly, but as my brain slowly atrophies over the course of the next probably 4 or 5 hours. So I'm just going to try kind of right here, hide some of the thickness of this branch as I painted it a little bit wide. You know, a painting like this, you know, is time consuming. It's also full of excellent lessons, right? Being able to do this and develop kind of some level of brush control is like invaluable skills that can make future paintings much better. Okay, so as later on, when I'm going to put a green back over top of that, and that's going to make a big difference, but I think that's probably good for right now. Tanveer says, "Hi Michael, hi everyone, long time watcher. This is my first time catching a live session." Awesome. So glad that you're here joining us live. That's so cool. Well, I'll probably be here for a little while tonight, so you can tune in and out as you please. Kent says, "I feels like forever since I've seen one of your lives. So happy to be here." Thank you, my friend. Wow, that's so cool. A couple people tuning in for first time in a while when I'm live. That's awesome. You know, sometimes, you know, our schedules don't match up together, so it's good that we can be here together finally. That's awesome. Wow, there's a lot of flowers in here and little plants. We'll get to many of them. We're certainly not going to do all of them. Ken says, "I already have anxiety looking at all those leaves." Yes, that could be a very common feeling looking at this, for sure. Maybe I'll just zoom back out so you just see where we are at the current moment. I'm going to mix a brown for the fence. We'll do that. And then I think we're going to move on to the background for a little while. So we're going to take warm yellow, warm red, gonna maybe leave it like that. But, you know, let's put some blue into it, make a brown. Kind of making it a little bit darker because I'm about now to put some white into it. The reason I'm adding white is without the white, it's going to be hard for it to be visible at all against that really dark background. Okay, 4 hours in, but again, I spoke for about an hour and a half. I don't think we started really painting until technically but almost 2 hours into the episode, so my bad. But you know, I get carried away about that. It's, you know, for every time I think I should speed that along, I hear from people saying that the histories, biographies of these artists are their favorite thing, so just gonna keep on doing them. Okay, let's come back up here. A little bit of blue there. Now you may notice I only did really one true coat of the yellow on these posts. My thinking was I might do, once I got a bit more of the paint on here, that I could do that at the end. So I'd kind of touch everything up. Well, that's looking pretty good as it is. Maybe I don't need to do. One thing is, especially if we put in all, well, not all, but a lot of detail into the background, right? We do the mille fleurs, the 1,000 flowers, right? I'm not actually going to paint 1,000 flowers because that would be insane. But this idea, it's kind of like this Baroque thing. You know, Baroque being the kind of main movement that followed the Renaissance, the High Renaissance. And some people say the Baroque is just, and the High Renaissance are the same thing. But part of the Baroque is just sort of like a overwhelming amount of detail, intended to kind of evoke like the sublime. Like you're just like, oh my goodness, there's so much beauty, I just don't know what to do with it. You know, it's what Jerry Bruckheimer tries to do in his movies, like Transformers and all these things, where it's just like you're sitting there in the theater watching it and your just brain goes to mush because you're just like, I can't focus on anything, there's too much going on. And so that was part of what the Baroque, I mean, I don't know if they would if you talk to Bernini, he would be like, what are you talking about? That's not what I was doing. There's a little bit of showing off, I suppose, a bit in the Baroque. But, you know, this obviously precedes the Baroque by about 100 plus 120 years or so. Where we got... Yeah, I like that. I'm going to do another coat of that brown. It's going to make it pop a little bit more. But it is kind of nice that we've got the bright posts and then the dark brown, the blue. That's all working quite effectively. Kent says, tell me you are a teacher without telling me you are a teacher. And yes, don't speed it along. Tell me you are a teacher without telling me you are a teacher. I'm not sure I know what that means. Tell me you're a teacher without telling me you're a teacher. And don't... not sure what that means. Barbara says, I fell back asleep. It's 4 a.m. here. I'm watching under the duvet. It's cold and raining. Typical British summer. Yes, well, I appreciate you snuggling up to the painting here, Barbara. That's very sweet of you. Tell me you're... I'm not sure what that means, Ken. Tell me you're a teacher without... I am a teacher in reference to you doing the long intros. Yeah, well, I am a teacher. I teach at Emily Carr University of Art, which is the main art university in Western Canada. There's 4 art schools in Canada. There's Emily Carr University here in Vancouver. There's I was going to say the Alberta College of Art. They renamed it Alberta University of the Arts, AU Arts in Calgary, which is my hometown. I also went there. I went there, and now I teach at Emily Carr. There's Ontario College of Art, OCAD in Toronto, and NASCAD in Halifax, which is the Nova Scotia School of Art and Design. So, and then I do these kinds of things. I do teach adult classes here in Vancouver at a local community center, which pays better than teaching at the university, by the way. And then also I don't have to do any grading, which is very nice. I can just go and teach and then go home and relax and do my own thing. I don't have to spend hours in meetings. And I love doing both of them. They're both great. But But I will say one thing I love about doing these YouTube videos is, you know, nobody generally comes up to me and tells me about, you know, it's very, you can't take one of a class I taught years ago in university versus like my drawing classes, which is generally how most people find out about this channel, is my drawing classes. And, you know, I get donations through those classes, and so, well, I'm probably not going to quit my university job anytime soon. It's maybe a little bit of a goal in the back of my mind that one day it'd be nice just to devote myself purely to doing this kind of thing, and that way I can just stay at home with my daughter all day long and do a class maybe once or twice a week online. In another life, when I was living in Los Angeles, I was well, I did teach down there as well, but I was making and exhibiting art, big paintings. I sold tons of paintings. There's celebrities and museums and art galleries that businesses, law firms, multinational companies that own my paintings. I haven't really been doing that kind of stuff in years now. Well, maybe a year. When was the last, I think the last art exhibition I had, that would have been before COVID, I think. And so I do consider this, what we're doing here, as part of my art practice these days. It's both teaching, but it's also a kind of part of my art practice. As there is quite a long history of artists making and studying from other artists, kind of making their own versions and copies of famous paintings. And really that's how, for centuries, how most artists learned how to paint, was doing this very same thing. And that tradition has virtually completely disappeared, so my goal is to bring back this great tradition. Studying from the masters. I don't know if that answers your question at all, Kent. Wasn't quite sure how to tell you I'm a teacher without telling you I was a teacher. So I just basically told you I was a teacher. Pixie says, nice to see you again, sir. Hello. Pixie Stallone. I like that name. That's cool. One of my favorite bands of all time is the Pixies. And yet, even though they've reunited a few times over the past decade or so, I've somehow continually missed them. Always seem to be in a different country or on the other side of the planet whenever they're performing, so. Okay, that feels pretty good. I feel like the fence could be done here. Maybe do I want to do that yellow now? Maybe I should move on for a little bit. Let's do some other stuff. Been kind of in that same area for a while. So maybe I'm going to blow dry this first before I move on. So we've been painting for a little while now, and we've got, I'd say, the fence 90% done. We've got the unicorn is mostly just started. The pomegranate tree kind of maybe 30% done. Got a lot left to do. All these flowers, the millefleur in the background, and the monogram AE, we've got to get that done. So I think what I want to do next, I'm gonna do the monogram for the AE, and then start doing some of those flowers. I kind of want to get the AE in here before too long, so that when I paint the flowers, I can kind of, they're not gonna intrude on the monogram. So let's where should we start? So I've got, you can see the monogram AE in the top left corner, and here, and it's in the top left, right bottom of all four corners here. I've got the first one up here. That was the only one after I realized I kind of liked where it was positioned. The rest of them seemed to be a little bit, they were off. And you may recall, towards the beginning, I started painting, I changed my mind, wiped that one right away, and so what is the best method here? Man, I love how that looks. That is cool. It actually reminds me a lot of like a number of San Francisco artists like Barry McGee. And what was his wife's name? She also is a really... oh, it's going to drive me crazy. Okay, I got to look that up. Super... Barry McGee... Barry McGee and Margaret Killigan. She was also awesome. Sadly passed away at a really young age. Really great artist. They would be, I should do a feature on her for sure. Is there her website or anything around here? I'm just trying to procrastinate from doing actual work here. This very kind of bold, outlining, high contrast. I mean, her and Barry McGee were graffiti artists, but like a very, well, I was going to say highbrow graffiti, but also they were kind of really into like quote unquote a lowbrow aesthetic. But there's something about what I've got here in those color contrasts that really remind me of McGee and Killigren's artwork. Anyway, what's the best way to get these on here? I think I'm going to use a bit of tape. Not necessarily sure I know what I'm doing here. Interestingly enough, it looks like the center part of the unicorn is in the exact right place, so... Okay. Wow, that's really that much lower. Okay, wow. How did I make that mistake? Okay, they're going to be a little bit wonky. That's okay. Barbara says, Cass, this would be a cool painting to do. I actually bought some white carbon paper, and I've been wondering what to do with it. Cool. Kent says, as someone who's taken your drawing classes on YouTube and has been drawing since to build muscle memory, but feels stagnant, what advice would you give? What's the next step? What's the next learning curve? Great question. Well, I think once you've done the drawing class is to really start putting it into practice. Start drawing things that you're interested in seeing. You know, maybe that's doing exactly what we're doing here, like looking for artists that you admire and trying to, you know, recreate some of their artworks, pushing yourself to see if you can learn independently on your own what they've done that makes them so special. So that might mean going to the library, picking out some books, or looking online for some of their artwork, and trying, like, whether it might be Van Gogh or Michelangelo or Spider-Man, Wonder Woman, whatever it might be, portraits of Harry Potter or Beyonce, trying to draw their portraits. The more and more that you kind of push yourself to try those different styles, you'll start finding more of your own style. Because you might say, you know what, my favorite style of drawing is Leonardo da Vinci style. And you try drawing like Leonardo da Vinci for months and months, and you're just like, man, this is so tough. This does not bring me any joy. This is really difficult. Or you might do it and be like, this is perfect. This is exactly my, and then you start getting really good at drawing in that more classical style. But if it's not working out, you might be like, you know, I really like Leonardo, but this is too difficult. I could sit here and try to master it, but, you know, maybe I should try doing something a little bit different. And you explore a different style, and then you realize, like, whoa, this is not the kind of thing that immediately comes to mind as my favorite art, but I'm actually kind of good at this. So I think that's what I would do. I would start trying to do some independent explorations, looking online, just getting a book out of drawings from the library. You know, famous drawings or famous drawers, and flip through it. You know, photocopy maybe your 10 favorite artworks from that book, and then open your sketchbook up and try to draw those images. Try to recreate them in your sketchbook. And I think pretty quickly you'll find some that you really like doing. And maybe it's not even just a style, maybe it's a theme. Maybe you just pick up a book of drawings of horses, or drawings of airplanes, drawings of faces, drawings of men, drawings of women, drawings of children, drawings of seniors, drawings of flowers, drawings of water, glass, cats. You know, like, what is the thing that brings you the most? And then I think as maybe you can go that way, find a theme, and then you start looking at how different artists have drawn those themes. Like, so part of what I've been doing is just exploring a bunch of as many different painting styles as possible. Hoping that, you know, a couple of them are really going to connect with different people, and it's different for different people. Some people connect with a style that we've done. Sometimes people really connect with the biography of an artist. They might be like, you know, I'm not a big fan of that painting, but after having listened to their life, it's like, wow, that's so inspiring. I think I'm going to take a second look at their art again and maybe try to recreate that painting, because now I look at that painting and it's got the story behind it. It's so inspiring that I kind of want that in my house, because I want to, you know, that artist is, you know, somebody I really admire and look up to. So even though I'm not a big fan of that painting, at least originally, I feel like I want to kind of surround myself with something like that. So maybe for some people, they look at this painting and they're like, you know, I really like maybe the story behind it, or I'm a big fan of unicorns like my daughter. That might be cool to have. And then you start working on it, you're like, I don't know about this kind of painting style. It's really time consuming. I want one that I can do in like an hour or two. And if that's the case, you could probably find there's not so much lately, but especially some of the earlier ones I've done are an hour and a half, 2 hours long. You could try recreating some of those and see how those go. And then maybe build up a little more confidence, and you want to do things that take a little bit more time. And again, that's not just painting, but drawings as well. So I think it really has to, I mean, obviously you could take more drawing classes. I mean, I don't have any more to do. I might reboot the drawing class maybe in January, but until then, taking other drawing classes by other artists. There's tons of stuff on YouTube, on the internet, that you could follow. Some of it's going to be great, some of it's not going to be great. If you find something that's really great, let me know about it. I'd love to know who else is making great art. Kent says, you don't know how often that happens with your lives when you tell us the history, lore of the art. Yeah, I mean, I find that, I mean, that's, for me personally, I'm a big history fan, and that's one way I've fallen in love with art that I didn't like before. So, you know, the thing that sticks in my mind the most is the work of Jackson Pollock. You know, the guy who dripped paint on the canvas. I remember when I was, like, if I go even further back than that, when I was a kid growing up, my parents had, you know, I was named after Michelangelo, right? My middle name is David, my first name's Michael. I was conceived potentially when they saw the David, my parents saw the David in Florence. So when I grew up, I was growing up with a lot of books, Renaissance books, like these old, I don't know what the name of those books are. I have a whole bunch, the World of Art books. They come in these like slip covers. I have a whole bunch of them back there. And I remember that's all so my early impressions of art was very, very conservative, academic kind of art. And I studied those and I drew from them, like, not, I was going to say frantically, but obsessively as a kid. And then it wasn't until later on that, you know, when I went to art school and I'd see like people dripping paint on canvas, and like in art history class, I'm like, really? That's art? Pfft, whatever. And then when I was a student at Cooper Union in New York, there was this is 98. There was the Jackson Pollock retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art, and it was a pretty big deal at the time. And so I went to see it. You had to see it. I had, with my school student card, I got into every museum in New York free. So I went there, and it was really great because they laid out the progression of Pollock's art chronologically for the most part. And so you could see him moving through these different styles until he got to the drip paintings. And that clicked for me because I could see it wasn't just like some guy just being really lazy, like, this is a big joke, I'm gonna make fun of all the collectors out there. You could see how he got from point A to point Z. And I was like, oh, so there's been all of these steps along the way to get to the top of the mountain, and I could see how he got there. And then he actually kind of went down and kind of came almost full circle again at the very end of his life. And I fell in love with Jackson Pollock. I was like, that was like a complete 180, because I went into that show pretty skeptical. Like, my teachers told me I should do this. This is a once in a life opportunity, whatever, those idiots. And then I came out of it like, wow, like I bought, it was one of the few things I bought when I was in New York was the catalog of the exhibition, which was, it was like $40 or something, which was an art student at the time. That was a lot of money for a big, heavy book to, but it made such a huge impression on me. So I think about the importance of understanding a little bit of the backstory and context for art is the way that I have, through my own history, entered into art and have begun to appreciate art. So that may or may not be how other people develop a love of art or specific interests in art, but that's how I got into it. So because that's how I got into it, I sort of incorporated that into teaching, just if perhaps other people, that might help other people. I mean, I've known I know I have friends who are artists that could care less about art history, or not into it, don't really read about it. You ask them names of paintings, famous paintings, and they're famous. These are famous artists that I know, and they're like, oh yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, interesting. They don't really care, and they make great art. And yeah, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, I think knowing about art history is really important, but Barbara says, I'm a big history fan as well. Learning about the artist and the story behind the picture is priceless. So, we're on the same page, Barbara. I agree. Absolutely. Okay, Michael. Let's get back to work here. Where was I? So, we were going to do the Monogram AE here. I think actually the brown that I was using here, this might work out quite well. Now, because I've been chatting, it's probably seizing up a little bit, so I'm going to put a bit of glazing fluid in here to wake this paint back up again. And as I say, like, some people do add water to the paint like this to, once it's kind of dried out a little bit. Nothing, there's no law against it, but I think you can kind of spritz your painting with a little bit of water while you're painting, but as it starts to dry out, water is gonna kind of break the bonds down, and it's gonna start to become kind of granular, grainy, like sand-like. Personally, that drives me bonkers. So I would really only use water as towards the beginning of a painting to make it more fluid-like, but to each their own. I'm not going to tell anybody that they're doing anything wrong. Okay. go. So let's see if I can do this better than I did towards the beginning of the painting. Just take my time. Now this is definitely way more transparent, maybe more so than I would really want. I'm probably going to have to do a second coat of paint here. A little bit clunky, but you know, if I look at the original, a little clunky too, right? Let's go to the other side here. You'll notice that in the image there, it's kind of a little bit, it's missing parts. Well, that's because I did do some Photoshop work on these images. I actually enlarged the central area where the unicorn is, and that meant these monograms were basically sort of trimmed out when I zoomed in, and so I kind of copied and pasted them back in and tried as much as possible to reintegrate them into the composition. Not all that well. So obviously it means that the painting, my painting and the template kind of diverge from the original. Probably most people would not notice that. And that's the thing, whenever I do some alteration, I do my best to make a change that is, in my mind, as inconsequential as possible. It's not gonna make a overall, it's gonna change the interpretation or meaning of these artworks that are gonna be mostly imperceptible. So I'm gonna let those dry, come back and do a second coat perhaps on them. It's funny how, like, you know, they almost look like, what are those things? They kind of, was going to say they look like sticks or bones, but especially this one, they look more like, what does those look like? Almost like some sort of blacksmithing kind of tools. I don't know how to... Those really sharp, angular, like, you know, what is that tool? Like, is it a protractor? What is the, you know, the symbol of the Freemasons? You know, they have that. Is it a protractor? Compass? Like, not a navigational compass, but like a architect's or engineer's compass, you know, for making circles. You can see I covered up the one that was down there in the bottom, but in the outline it's there. Barbara says, I'm going back to sleep again. I'll check back on progress in a few hours, and you'll still be doing all those flowers. I probably will be, yes. Oh my goodness. You know, as I'm painting, especially because this paint's a little bit older and it's kind of drying out. I'm getting a bit of texture on there. Yeah, it's, you know, not necessarily ideal, but in this particular painting, I think it actually is going to work just fine. Now, one thing that's probably going to get omitted here is there's like a little rope that seems to be sort of entangling or connecting the A and the E together, right? Which is again one of the reasons why there's this interpretation that it could be a, you know, about marriage or some kind of a wedding gift. Is it these two letters are intertwined together, just like the unicorn has been pacified and chained into the fence. Okay, let's come back out here again. So pretty good. You know, they're all a little bit different sizes and shapes, but pretty close. It is one of those things too where it does make me think, well, maybe I could paint, or sorry, once this is dry, try to wipe away the pencil lines there, possibly. But I would really want to make sure those are bone dry so that I don't wipe any of that paint off. And you know, especially if I did that, I think, you know, a case could be made that this painting could be very close to being done. Like, I could paint the unicorn, finish the pomegranate tree, and, you know, this wouldn't necessarily be a bad painting to leave as is, without doing all the background. In fact, I could see some people getting this far and being like, you know what? I don't know. I kind of feel like it does what it needs to do, and I can walk away. Obviously, I'm going to continue painting on it, but it's worth just noting that it doesn't have to look exactly like the original. I'm going to blow dry this. Kathy says, "Hey Barbara, I'm back now, but you're asleep. I'll check you in the next class. I don't have white carbon paper, but I might do a little bit differently. We'll see. Have a good sleep." I'm getting a little bit of a headache. Might be just a little bit of a hunger headache. So I think what I'm going to do is just take a 2-minute break, just run up and grab a little bit of Tylenol, grab a little bit of banana bread, and come right back. So I'm just going to put these side by side on the screen and mute the audio for a moment. Okay, let me know if the audio is working. Of course, I made the mistake of dropping the connector for my lavalier mic in my tea. So I hope that I haven't just ruined my microphone. So hopefully you can still hear me and there's not a bunch of weird cackling or crackling. Could be cackling. Could be connecting with some other portal dimension. I've got 3 different teas on the go. If you're wondering why I got all these different teacups, slightly different. I think they're all basically black tea. I think I got going on here. They're Earl Grey, an English breakfast, and a Tetley, which is orange pekoe. Which, I mean, they're all, I think, basically exactly the same. I mean, they're not. I know some tea people would. Shudder. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think what do I want to do? We've been painting background. Let's paint a little bit more background. Did I do background pass number 2? I think I did. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is the background pass number 3. Now that I've got the monogram in there, I'm going to come in and start painting some flowers. And that's going to occupy me for a little while. Once I get that in, I think that's going to be pretty satisfying. It's going to be a lot of work because... And I'm going to have to think about how big I want these flowers to be. I don't want them to be too big, but if I try to make them too small, they're going to be kind of blobs. So I just have to make mental note of, you know, just that there's only so much detail I can get with the patience that I have. You know, if I really wanted, I could spend hours doing each little flower, but you know, that's not really my interest here. Kent says, would you ever do a painting of a Berserk cover page? It's one of my favorite things to use as reference for practice drawing. Berserk, is that I'm assuming that's a comic book character? I'm not at all familiar with this character or this series. I'm really into... I like anime, but I'm not familiar with these. I'd love to do something like this, but I have such a long backlog of other things I want to get to that it probably won't be done as a painting series. I do some drawings again in the future. I was putting together some possible research to maybe do I was gonna do potentially like a how to draw manga series, because that's definitely something that is quite popular. Ken says, no, don't look at this, LOL. I don't know, is there anything in there that's not safe for... It looks like okay, a bunch of crazy monsters and stuff. pretty typical manga stuff, right? Wild, imaginative things. Okay, let's get back to the matter at hand. How on earth to approach now? One thing about all of these flowers is they are actually all based on actual flowers. They spent quite a lot of time trying to draw, or how would you say that, loom actual. They did research into finding out the native plants of the area in France. So each one of these, it's basically sort of like a taxonomy of the local flora and fauna, as one might say. So there's really basically no invention of flowers. Historians have been able to precisely name, and I'm sure there's probably, if we were to go to the Met, there's probably somewhere in the archive somebody has literally gone and said, okay, this is this flower, this is this flower, and this is this flower, and these are where they're from. Me, on the other hand, I don't being able to get that level of accuracy, just not possible for me, in my mind anyway. So I'm procrastinating here because it's, there's something kind of nice about the painting like this, and like, okay, yeah, let's leave it here. Let's everybody just go home. I'm like, oh man, I've got a mountain to climb in front of me here. So, which direction should we go? Should we go warm? Let's go warm green. Maybe, I'm going to mix this separately here. Is that too dim? My warm yellow and warm blue. Take a bit of cool blue, put that in there, get a bit more electricity. Now that's a bit too blue, so let's put a bit more yellow in here. Ooh, I like that. But we need a bit more white. If I just paint that there, it's going to be really transparent, so I'm going to put this white in here. Kent says, would it help to sketch in the biggest flowers first? Potentially, if you wanted to kind of start there, you could do that. I'm just going to kind of paint this a little bit intuitively, which might be a little bit, make some people feel uncomfortable doing it this way, but I'm just going to start kind of painting. I'm really going to start with the stems of flowers, and then I'm going to put the leaves, and then I'm going to put the flowers on top. And I'll be honest, the way that I'm going to paint these, probably I'm going to keep this to maybe 5 or so different types of flowers, and they're going to be pretty generic. I just, as I said, I'm not going to go for the authenticity of the original, even though I do really appreciate the that the original artists who created this, the exceptional job they did of that accuracy. You know, I do have a white pencil. Now, this is actually not a... This isn't just a white... Oh, a white colored pencil. This is like, I think, a white charcoal. Obviously, I've sharpened it down, so I can't really see what the rest of it was. But if I recall, like, this is a particular kind of drawing... It's a drawing pencil and rather than just a coloring pencil. So it actually behaves a lot more like my carbon paper. And surprisingly, also, when I tried to draw with it, it also wiped off quite easily. So, you know, if you have something like that, you know, you could do a bunch of drawing in here. And, you know, quite honestly, Kent, probably I'm going to regret not doing that in just a few minutes. But I'm just going to go feet first into the deep end rather than overthink things too much. Famous last words, perhaps, right? So let's bring these up. Where should I start? Probably going to start in the bottom. Maybe I should start up here, work my way down. And you know what? Let's go up a little bit higher. I'm just going to start a little bit more on the fringes. So just for reference, what I'm going to be painting these white flowers up here. Now I'm probably just going to do as much painting of with the same color as possible. Rather than try to do, you know, each individual flower and get that sorted out before I move on. Okay, I feel good about that. Maybe instead of just going right there, I'm going to jump around here. Now that I feel like I've got it. Famous last words. Let's go for these ones here. These sort of wilting. So this way, if I paint them a little bit all over the place, as I need more color and mix more color, they will kind of have a little bit more variety. Gotta be careful to, don't want to over articulate them, make them too thick. Let's find another plant. I like this yellow one over here. Okay, let's come back down to... Ooh, I like these guys here. What the... Ah, sorry, it's not on camera. What am I doing here? How come I'm falling asleep at the wheel here? Okay, we got a bunch of these right in the front. These like orchids right in the very front. So I'm also trying to kind of fill up some of these gaps to try to make this as, you know, relatively busy as possible without making it cluttered. Where else can I put some of these? Maybe one on the bottom right corner. I really like these flowers there, but that's pretty tricky to do. I'm not sure I'll be able to do that. All those little spikes on them. So although let's see. I love this. That one's pretty wild. Oh, goodness. Almost smeared a whole bunch of paint. Thank goodness that didn't happen. Okay. How are we going to do this? Just occurred to me that I could have been using my acrylic inks or high flow acrylics instead of trying to make these. Well, I guess these would be probably soft body acrylics. Instead of trying to make these guys work, I could have just used a material that's better suited for the job, but no, not going to do that. Apparently. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Let's go top right corner next. What could we do? Let's do. Ah, that's not on camera. Darn it. Ah, yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll paint one more set of flowers with this particular color. you could see that it seemed to be getting those ones, probably as I get a little bit more tired, I get maybe a little bit sloppier. So let's just look at that. Okay, let's mix a different green. I want a variety of different greens so it doesn't just look like one color throughout the whole thing. That would make it kind of look a little bit lazy. I mean, I would say I probably want, like, how many more would I want? Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, like basically double, at least double, another 15 major grouping of flowers here, and then, this level of density is probably enough, right? There's one thing that they've used here is very small, like basically like little bits of grass, little clumps of grass in between things. I think that would work quite well. So let's zoom back in. Where's Okay, that's good. I like that. What's something else? Well, let's stay on this side here. Where else can I do? Oops. Which one should we do next? Jean says, Michael, please stop and make a part 2. This is gorgeous, but I don't want to see you pass out. I appreciate that, Jean. Thank you. I'm in my happy place right now. This is my favorite thing to do, so I appreciate it. I appreciate the concern. But this is the kind of thing. This is the thing that really brings me the most joy. So I'm in my zone here. I could paint like this all day, all night. So just gonna keep on going. But I appreciate the sentiment for sure. These flowers here now. So this well, I guess there are flowers on this. I was gonna say it looks like mostly just a vine, but Ooh, yeah, let's do this one here. Question is, will I remember which flowers I was painting and what goes where? No, probably not, no. Can go up here. So I'm starting to run out of room here. I need something really curly right here. Oh, how about these guys there? I wonder if anyone would be able to identify any of the flowers I'm painting, or if they'd be like, well, it's kind of like a mishmash of 10 different flowers, and I think any botanists are going to be looking at this painting for information on how different types of flowers, for sure. Okay, we're getting close. I think I've got maybe room for just a couple more, maybe. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. I could probably fit in here. And then probably the rest I'm just going to fill with little clumps of grass all over the place. So could be a few more flowers we do. I think, though, I'll do the grass at the very end. Okay, what can we put up here? Just going to jump back to the previous color that I've been painting with. Just put a couple more where now I've got a few empty spaces. This paint's been sitting here for a while. It's pretty sticky. Maybe I could fit one more in right on the right there. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, let's just blow dry this for a moment. Panicked for a second, thinking, did I leave the microphone on while I was blow drying? Okay. It's been a while, so maybe we should do background 4. So now that we've painted a whole bunch of these, the stalks and leaves of these flowers and plants, let's start painting some of the flowers on them. That's also going to introduce a lot more color into the painting. Not that there isn't already a lot. In fact, it's kind of a bit of a riot of color, although the original has a ton of color too. So we'll put some flowers in. I want to do that now so that then I'll know where the empty spaces are, and I'll fill those in very quickly with little, well, relatively quickly with little bits of grass. So let's again, I don't really remember what flower I was drawing at what time here, so it's just going, where should we start? Let's go to the top left. Let's take oops. Let's take some cool yellow and white. You know, these are kind of a little bit sloppy. Not my finest work, but I might say this whole painting is probably not my finest work, but I think a big part of this now is a bit of just that sense of overwhelming detail can really make up for a little bit of the sloppiness in here. It's also, I mean, obviously I'm painting pretty fast. You know, if I wanted to spend a lot longer on it, I could, and obviously the quality would start to go up a bit, but trying to find where else did I use yellow flowers like this. Oh, jeez. Probably should have made a few notes. Well, let's just plow ahead with what I do know. Oh, no, those are kind of blue. It's going to take some pure white. There's some white flowers all over here, too. Okay, I like that. Where else do we have white flowers? Definitely regretting not making some kind of notes here. Well, I'll just plow ahead. We're gonna get some pink flowers. Let's take some white and warm red. And Okay, we'll come back and do some details in there later. So I think these might be strawberries that I was painting, not sure. So we'll paint them with this pink. And then we'll paint some red over top of them. Some more white flowers. Let's take our blue ones. Well, it's kind of not behaving too well, so let's take some white. Mix these up. Be nice, beautiful, intense, cool blue. Guess we're gonna put a bit more white in there. Slip in here. There's Barbara says, good morning. It's 7 a.m. here and you've been painting all night. It's like you're an elf creating magical masterpiece. Thanks, Barbara. I knew this one was going to take some time. It's one of those paintings, that's for sure, but I think when it's all done, we'll be pretty happy with it. I keep doing that, forgetting to put things on camera. Need some more pink. What plant did I paint there? Oh, well, let's... Again, I forget to put it on camera. Michael. One of those things, as I kind of get into the mode, you know, I kind of sometimes almost forget I'm actually on camera. So I'm definitely less focused at this point on some kind of accuracy and more on just distributing color relatively evenly throughout this painting. Okay, I think I got one more flower. I think I need some blue over here. Big, I think I want a big blue flower there. Okay, so let's take a look at that now. Woo! It's getting colorful. Barbara says, Gene, I don't know where he gets his energy from. I lose track of time when I'm painting, and I realize my legs won't move as they're too stiff, or there's no dinner ready. Well, I figure one of these days I won't be able to do any painting. So, you know, what's the saying? Harvest, reap while the sun is out, or whatever it is. Okay, I'm going to blow dry all of this, and then I'm going to start putting in some grass. So that should keep the paint. Barbara says, how did you do all those tiny weeny flowers? I'm going to have to watch this through 3 hairs and air, as Bob Ross used to say. 3 hairs and air. I don't know that Bob Ross quote. 3 hairs and air. Interesting. I wonder, what did he mean by 3 hairs and air? Like very, very tiny, delicate brushstrokes, I imagine? I mean, that's one of the things is, you know, when we look at this painting in a few moments, when we get back close again, I think you'll notice, like, wow, it looks pretty rough. But just like any painting, you know, it's like when I'm looking at it, it's like, oh, it's pretty rough in some places. But as things kind of shrink down, it looks way more precise. And this is always just really important to remember, is everything always looks better when it's reduced, when it's smaller. That's why comic book artists draw on large pieces of paper, because then when it's photographed or scanned, it's shrunk down to a much smaller size and everything looks like beautiful, precise detail. First of all, it's a lot easier, obviously, to paint details when there's much a larger surface, as we all know. And then when those things are shrunk down, any kind of little kind of messiness or imprecision gets almost disappears entirely. And even if you actually go back in after it's been photographed or reproduced and you zoom in, those areas just sort of look a little bit fuzzy as opposed to looking kind of messy. So, you know, as I always say, one of my favorite things about going to museums and looking at art is getting right up close to a painting until the security tells me to back off, because it's always just a good reminder when I look at these so-called masterpieces, I realize, like, oh, this is like pretty messy. So I don't have to be so hard on myself when I get a little messy too. Okay, yeah, I was gonna do grass. I think I want a different color here. What if I take... I'm going to take my cool yellow and I'm going to put warm blue into it. That's going to give me this other kind of green. A green I have yet to use anywhere in the painting. Right, I like being able to alternate between different, like, that's another reason why I like using a split primary palette. It can be so effective, is it gives me lots of options for color mixing and to create distinctions like this. Right, if I'd used the same green throughout all those leaves and everything, things would look pretty like kind of bland, like everything would start to look very similar. Okay, so I put a bit of glazing fluid in here because this paint has been on the palette for a few hours and things start to kind of dry up, so it's just going to help with the painterly detail. So Barbara says what Bob Ross meant was about 3 hairs in air is a very light touch. When Bob Ross did his wispy wispy clouds, yes. Yes, the Bob Ross wispy clouds. Good old Bobby. Bob Ross. Okay, so let's zoom back in here. And you can see that, you know, these artisans really just filled up all this empty space with all this little bits of grass all over the place. And there's Trap Gaming, says it's 11:50 a.m. So, bidding everybody a good morning on the other side of the earth there. It's 11:20 at night, as just approaching midnight here on the west coast of North America. Let's see, let's go up to the top. It's almost too close there to really see what's going on. Let's back that out. More white. It's not really showing up as much as I'd like. Anybody getting up to any fun stuff today? Everyone just heading to work, or gonna be spending the day painting? Not on camera. There should be like a drinking game for whenever I do that. My goodness. Barbara says our new dishwasher is being delivered in an hour's time. Not really fun stuff, but make a happy wife. Yes. It kind of sucks washing dishes. I do lots of hand washing dishes around here. One of these days we'll get a dishwasher. I can retire from washing dishes. Well, you know, I actually really enjoy washing dishes by hand. There's something very satisfying about being able to control that little small aspect of life. That's one thing that I can do, and I can do well, and return a relative level of order to my life. And okay, that's good. What could we do to... Let's modify this with some cool blue. Put some cool blue in here. Some glazing fluid just to keep this a little bit more fluid. Sometimes a good idea just to double check that I'm not getting paint all over the my palm or anything. It's always a little bit upsetting when you realize you've been stamping paint all over the canvas and it's finally starting to kind of cool off here in my studio, which is nice. Going to take some warm yellow and white. Okay, I think it's about as loaded up as I can make it. Okay. Yeah, let's just use the same color here. It's nice and fresh. Yush says, "Hey man, how are you? I was just going through your hair tutorial in the basic drawing series. I saw you were online, so I came here to say hi." That's awesome. I'm doing great. Been painting all afternoon here in Canada, but for some people it's all evening on the other side of the world, so keeping busy. Gotta keep busy. So now that I've got that previous layer of yellow that had white in it, now I'm just going back over, adding this yellow back onto it. I'm not going to paint all of the flowers, just maybe the kind of bigger, rounder part, which is both lazy, but also it'll make it look like maybe the leaves or the petals kind of, have a slightly different coloration as they move away from the stem. At least that's what I'm going with. That's what I'm telling myself. My cool blue right out of the tube here. And I'm going to deliberately just sort of not paint right up to the edge so that I've got maybe a bit of a halo. Barbara just said, I like seeing some of your paintings on the shelves in the background, Michael. There's a lot of them. I got them scattered all around the house. Over the next few weeks, I'm going to be photographing them all. I mean to do that. I should have been doing that really all the entire time, but and I have done that several times in the past, but it's kind of built up, and I got to get back in the habit of doing that. Holly. Hi, Holly. Holly says, gorgeous, Michael. What an awesome study. Thank you. That's very generous. Thank you, Holly, for saying so. Good to see you in the chat. Oh, yeah. What's, bright red. Take some warm red. Where should we put this? So again, you know, I'm moving very fast, and so that's going to lead to, you know, some areas I might not be quite so happy with. Cool red. Let's put a bit of that in here. Gonna paint cool red on top of these pomegranates. It's a pomegranate tree, so I assume these shapes here are pomegranates. take our cool red and warm blue. Let's make a purple. Haven't really done that yet. I don't think there's any purple in this whole painting. Purple down there. Let's take some white, put that in the purple. Not really sure what this purple's doing on that there, but kind of like it. Remember, if I'm not happy with it, I can always just paint it right out. Don't have to keep it. The color exists at my leisure. So, if it's not already obvious, I am just making stuff up willy-nilly here, right? So I'm just doing my best to kind of complicate things in the most simple way I can, just modifying colors a little bit, giving little stripes and lines. It's a very simple way to create the illusion of complexity. again, it's, you know, kind of prefiguring the Baroque, this idea of just kind of bowling people over with tons of color. And, not that you're not trying to go for quality, but there's just like a intense level of saturation that is a little bit overwhelming for the viewer, and especially works when we're doing paintings like this where we want it to look kind of complicated, but we also don't want to spend hundreds of hours on it. So I'm just mixing colors together, making kind of a big gross mix of paint. Let's take a bit more of that blue. We'll make this a kind of a very blue, warm blue dominant green here. Too dark, take that away. sort of green stripes on this tree. Sorry, I don't have much to say at the moment. I don't know what there is to say. Oh, great question. Barbara says, anyone watching the Olympics? Canada versus France today in basketball. That's probably going to be a good game. Is that on right now? Because if it is, you probably should watch it. Might be a little more exciting than what I'm doing here. Some warm red and warm yellow. Because, yeah, it's got it. I mean, what time is it in France right now? It's probably 10 in the morning, maybe. Maybe it's probably too early for the game to start. I imagine a basketball game featuring the home countries is probably on at prime time or something, right? They want to get maximum ratings for something like that. Okay. It's just occurring to me that, speaking of the Olympics, the last Summer Olympics, I did a painting of a female soccer player, Christine Sinclair, one of probably the single best Canadian soccer player of all time, for sure. But also one of the greatest female soccer players. And not only that, one of the greatest soccer players of all time because she has a number of records for goals and appearances that no male soccer player comes close to. So I mean, I guess those Olympics were 3 years ago because they were pushed back due to COVID. But still, it's... For me, it's just, man, I've been doing this for a while. Okay, man. Let's just take a look at all of these details. Obviously, because of the... I haven't got the level of density of the original. It's going to appear kind of the background is going to appear a little bit darker because there's just more space where it shows through. So I don't have, you know... Ooh, what's that? My hand smudged there. So because it's smudged, let's just put a extra. A little bit of my hand obviously moving around on that surface. So let's... Okay. Barbara says, sports stars are great subjects for sketching. Kent Thomas was asking earlier in the chat. Oh, yes. Yes, definitely. Especially, yeah, just like you're saying, Kent Thomas was, you know, really interested in manga and anime. So using, you know, subject matter that has a lot of action, just like you said, Barbara, is a really great subject matter for that, because if you want to draw, usually, well, it's a bit of a oversimplification, but often anime features a lot of movement. There are some exceptions where it's much more story-based, but often there's lots of fast-paced action, kind of like American comic books and cartoons. Starting to run out of my tea. Ooh, it's 12:30, just past midnight. So let's blow dry and we're going to move on. Oh, let's blow dry this first. Oh, Barbara says, I just had my first cup of tea for the day. There you go. You're having your first, and I'm getting close to having my last of the day. Okay. Moving right along. So I don't want to make any, I was going to say, we are so X amount of time away from being done, and I'm like, you know what, every time I say that, I end up regretting it, because I don't think I've ever overestimated how much time I have left. It's always the other way around. Okay, but I do want to move on. Now, did I do a foreground pass number 2? Or have I just been on background duty for a long time here? Well, let's do foreground number 3. Okay, I don't know if this is foreground number 2 or number 3, but we're doing some foreground again. We've come to the point now where we're going to paint the unicorn. We're going to paint some of the green back into the tree. We're going to do a little bit of the rope that's attached to the tree. Technically, there is a chain that attaches to the unicorn's neck. Do I want to do a chain? That's pretty tough at this scale. I might just have the cord attaching to the unicorn. I think that's probably good enough at this scale. I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. So I'm pretty satisfied with the painting at this stage. Again, you know, when it's like this, you know, when it's shrunk down to this size, I think it's pretty satisfying. It looks pretty good. You know, when I get up close and I look at it, some pretty clumsy, lazy brushstrokes in here for sure. But as my grandfather always used to say, good enough for government work, right? So, that's what we're going to go with. So let's see. Let's save the unicorn for a little bit here. Let's do the tree. I want to do the leaves up here, which I've saved for quite some time. So we need some more cool blue. I don't mind getting my hands dirty, but when I get dirty, I just sometimes worry about that ending up all over the place. So, what should we do? I want to do I want to have a pretty electric green right up top in that tree. So let's take some of our cool blue, lots of cool yellow, mix that together. That's going to give us a really intense, well, I don't know, maybe that could be almost too much, but let's try it. I think we'll paint a lot of the pomegranate leaves like this. And then I'm probably also going to, just like I've been doing down here, go back and also probably put a bit of a warmer green in there as well, so that I have a variety of greens in the tree. But, you know, as much as this looks really saturated, one of the reasons why some of these colors almost look fluorescent is because of that dark background. Now, you'll recall that, you know, right now that background looks basically black. But if we were to rewind a little bit, that black, we know that background it's a dark, cool blue. And it looks black because of the opposition of those much brighter colors. All of them have a lot of white in them. But there's very few fully saturated colors. I mean, we've got some bright reds, we've got a little bit of saturated cool yellow, warm yellow, a little bit of cool blue. But for the most part, everything has got a lot of white in here. And that white is beautiful. Obviously, again, it contrasts very well with the black, but it's also kind of on the pastel level. And pastels tend to be a bit more muted, right? When you add white to a color, you're tinting the color, and it just kind of takes the saturation down a little bit. So as value level, they're pretty high, but the saturation level is fairly low. So if we start putting some pretty saturated colors in that tree, it's going to make that tree pop. So, which is what we see there in the image on the left, right? There is lots going on, but you'd be hard pressed to disagree that the leaves up here aren't brighter and more intense. Yes, they're wider, thicker than anything else in all of the leaves, but they really stand out. Basically you have the unicorn itself, the fencing, and the tree are your kind of main standout things. And at the moment, because of the scale, I have a lot of other things kind of competing with it. So we want to tackle that, long story short. So let's get this bright green, and we'll see very quickly here if it's too much. Or should we start maybe top left corner here? And how do I want to do this? How's that? So it's a little bit more muted than I'd like. In fact, it does make me think I might actually take a bit more of this. Oh, there's something banging around here in my studio. I might take this a darker green, actually. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Okay, I'm liking this. So, yeah, there's something moving around down here. well, soon I'll be moving out of this studio, and I won't have to think about the mice and whatever else might be living down here. Maybe beavers and muskrats. Like those. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So let's now go back to this green. I think some people probably thought I was just going to keep it like this the whole time. That's pretty weird, Michael. Okay, let's now go. Let's mix this right here. Just go to very light, bright lime. Don't get too sloppy here. Getting really excited about getting closer to being done, and you start getting sloppy. over the place. So there's a little bit of white in this particular green here. Might be going a little bit overboard here. Okay, I think I'm going to move on from that. If I need, I'll come back and play there for towards the end. I think I do want to take... Let's see, let's take a bit of warm red. I'm just going to make a little bit of black really quickly. So I think there might be a bit of white in here. Take our white. And now let's do this rope. Sia says, all right, I'm off to bed. Thanks for letting me join your class today. You're welcome, my friend. Barbara says, the mouse is back. Shame you don't have a cat, Michael. Mice steer clear of our home. I know sometimes I think I should borrow a friend's cat and just let it roam around. Thing is, I'm pretty allergic to cats. I have actually lived with cats in the past, but blow dry that. Where's the blow dry? Oh, right there. A bit of glazing fluid and some warm red. Oops. Okay. a little candy cane kind of thing going on there. That's cool. And let's zoom back out and just see what things look there at the stage. That tree, those, Another thing that the original has going for it is you can see there's actually just a kind of a little halo of darker area right around it that really helps also make it pop. Whereas mine, you know, I kind of went pretty close up to it. I wasn't really thinking about that at the time. So it does blend in a little bit more than I would like. Not a huge deal, but it's there. Okay. So, one of the last things we have to do here is paint the unicorn itself. So let's tackle that. I sort of often save things like this towards the end so that, you know, I don't give it all away at the very beginning, and there's some reason to watch later on in the episode besides just going right to the end. So now let's, you know, obviously it's the main subject of this painting. So, let's kind of just quickly look at this and think about how it's going to go. I'm probably going to omit the, whether you call them the teeth marks from the dogs, the stab wounds from the hunters, or the pomegranate stains from the pomegranates up above. I think I'm just going to go directly and omit those and just have a nice clean unicorn here. Oh yeah, I was gonna have that rope wrapping right around, touching the unicorn's necklace collar. Forgot about that, didn't I? Well, maybe we're gonna be painting a chain after all. Okay. So, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my glazing fluid out and my white. And we'll do a little bit of glazing with white. I want to keep, you know, some of this underpainting here present. Take our white. Small brush to blend things out, should I want to do that. It's actually lighter than I was or more transparent than I was expecting I would do. Usually when I mix white into glazing fluid, I never put enough glazing fluid and it remains very white. Now, this is obviously I'm painting over top of something fairly light to begin with. So if I was to paint over top of the background, as I'm doing right there, I can see that it's actually quite opaque, but So let's get this side by side. Okay, I like that level of transparency for some of it, but I think it's still, you know, a little too transparent. I want to build up. I'm going to use some. I'm going to add more white here, and should just quickly blow dry that. So I had, this is my, my white with glazing fluid there, and here's just some brand new white right out of the tube. Where should we go? Let's go to the face of the unicorn again. I'm gonna go back down the horn here. Actually, let's come back up a little bit higher. So it's hard to tell how much of this is actually shading on here versus just sort of like yellowing of the pigments. wouldn't surprise me if these master craftspersons were able to do this. And, you know, I forgot to mention, too, that scholars believe that the majority of this work was done by women, right? That's... right, doing textile work was seen kind of traditionally as women's work. So when we're talking about the technical achievements here of these artists, we're talking about like these a large group of extremely talented women. I should have mentioned that earlier. I've totally slipped my mind. But, you know, for, you know, Renaissance, medieval period of time, you know, that's the fact that women were given any responsibility to, outside the home, to do work was pretty rare, right? At the time, most women, unless you were like a queen or the daughter of somebody really wealthy, it's not like there were many opportunities for you other than to just get married off. And you know, we've talked about that with a number of artists, most recently Platia Nelly, whose painting I'm still going to complete. It's still on the radar. I haven't given up on that one. But as, you know, if you're a creative person who just so happened to be a woman, the opportunities were quite limited, so doing textile work would have been one of the small levels of freedom that certain women were given the opportunity to engage in. Outside of the house, because obviously back in the day, women did, you know, lots of mending for their families, but the way these things are produced were, you know, these giant looms. You know, it is about as close as you can get to like heavy machinery in the mid to late 1400s. Dry a little bit so that I can go back over them again and again. You're right, Barbara. Barbara says, this is the sort of painting I'd keep coming back to, adding extra leaves, flowers, never finished. Yeah, it's an epic artwork for sure. And you know that when this painting, or not, these series of tapestries came up for sale, and I think it was 1922 is when Rockefeller bought them. I was actually watching last night a really interesting lecture about the whole cloister's history and the purchase of these. It's quite a long story, but you know, Rockefeller had a couple of artists and specialists who were kind of always on the lookout for art, especially medieval art, which was one of John D. Rockefeller's personal obsessions. When it came available, there was the two people he was, whose names just escape me. I could find it right now, but that's probably not important. They contacted him and was like, this is literally one of the most incredible things I have ever seen. You need to buy this right now. And he bought it for $1.1 million. In today's, equivalent to today's money, which is not nothing, but clearly, I don't know why it came up for sale. I wasn't able to find that out. But if, you know, you're a super wealthy family, or at least were, and you're selling off a prized thing like this from your family, you got to wonder if there was some sort of financial trouble that the family was in. Hello, who's coming in to say hi in my little Mickey Mickey Mouse. Just so you know that I am here and I like to eat mice, so you may want to come back later. Okay, actually I should quickly, I just did a little touch up. I'm just gonna blow dry that. I guess we should maybe glaze with a darker color here. I don't think we want to do too dark. I think we want to keep this relatively light. That might be too dark anyway. Okay, so let's... err on the side of less is more. So there's where our... I even want to put a... do I want to put that chain and everything on there? I probably could do without it, right? back to this face here. How do I constantly avoid being on camera here? Oh, on the horn there's these kind of descending stripes. Barbara says, the cloven hoofs of the horse magnet. It's not such a nice picture with the wounds and the chain. I think I'd leave them out. Yeah, it's a little dark. And that's what, there was an article I linked in the description below where this one was sort of talking about that and saying that after doing a little bit of research on the painting, she found it actually kind of a little bit disturbing. She said, you know, I remember going and seeing it when I was a kid with my parents and looking at the unicorn in awe and just being blown away by how it, you know, how it was made, and didn't realize it was a kind of story. Didn't even think about the fact that it's being hunted and killed, and you know, there's a pretty dark side to the whole thing. Speaking of the cloven hoof, let's get those in, because I don't have any hoofs. Let's use this warm yellow brown. It's a warm yellow. It's got some, probably a bit of white or a little bit of warm red, maybe probably a little bit of warm brown in there actually as well. color or its eyes? I got a bright green. Oh yeah, I got this brighter green right here. Let's take this bright green. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Kind of stripes along the oops. Popeye's Print says, I'm doing your drawing masterclass nowadays. That's awesome. Very cool. Join the Facebook group. Upload your work to the Facebook group once every couple of months these days. I do a feedback episode where I go over everything that's on there and try to help people improve their artwork. So if you want to participate in that, you're welcome to do it. Totally free. I've been doing it since we started and haven't stopped. So... So horses don't have cloven feet, do they? Is there goats who like? Because horses just have. Really? Well, I can't now. I'm not sure. That might be good enough. Okay, we're getting pretty close to being here at the end. I think I want to do some finishing touches. I want to put the, what would you call that? The collar around the neck of the unicorn here. Do I want to put a chain there? I don't know. We'll think about that when we get there, but a collar is okay. So, do I want to do anything with the monograms? I don't know. Well, let's do one thing at a time. Let's get that collar in. And, I mean, there's a lot of detail there. What would be the best way to do that? Would that maybe paint it in orange? That might be the best. I can probably use this paint I was just using moments ago here. It's pretty sticky. I'm just going to take some of my cool yellow, put that in here. Probably would normally put warm yellow, but I think I could just use this. It's sufficiently kind of, there's enough red in there to make that. Okay. So we're talking a kind of oval, not oval, curving shape here. So, I mean, there's two options. I could have painted this blue and then put orange over top of it, but I'd probably have to put several layers, probably have to paint white into it in order to overcome the darkness of the blue paint. So that's why I'm going here with this orange. This paint is pretty sticky. You know, when I really notice the difference between painting with fresh paint versus paint that's been on the palette for a little while. Fresh paint, you almost don't even need glazing fluid because it just comes, it's so fresh and it just glides right off the brush. Versus when it's been on the palette for a little while, it's much stickier. I mean, it's worth remembering that acrylic paint chemically is very similar to white glue. And, you know, if you get glue on your, or even paint on your fingers, you know, it gets kind of sticky, right? So it shouldn't be any surprise that when you try to paint with acrylic as it's drying, it's kind of, it doesn't really want to behave. Okay. Let's blow dry that, then we're going to start painting some blue into it. I just noticed a little thing here I want to tackle while I'm A little separation there, I think, is important. What color should we make that? That's awfully close to the background color, maybe almost too much. So let's take our warm blue. If we paint warm blue right over top of that orange, it's probably going to look pretty dark anyway. Let's put a little bit of cool blue in here. Well, that might have been a bit too much. That's better. It's gonna go pretty dark because, you know, if you put orange and blue together, you're gonna get a dark brown. So since it is kind of sticky, I'm gonna add glazing fluid to it just to make my life a bit easier. Oops. Oh, man. Oh my goodness, it scared me. The phantom of the studio is here. Inside my mind. It's almost a little bit too dark. still here, Mr. Mouse? Okay. Let's see. Now putting a chain on there, that's... that would be tricky. What if, could that rope... I would probably do is paint it white and then darken segments of the chain. That's a lot of very tiny little lines. It'd certainly be easier if it was just a rope. So if it was a rope, where does it go? It just sort of disappears around there. I wonder what kind of color of rope we could put in there instead of... Would it maybe, instead of a... Maybe we do a white rope that turns... And where should it go? Just to wrap around the tree here. I'm gonna blow dry that. Okay, I'm just gonna put a bit more white back on here just to make this as opaque as I can get it. Okay. Let's come back to the chain. I need to mix a bit more black. Let's take our cool blue, cool yellow, warm red, mix it up. Voila, we got black. Past the 10-hour mark here. Oof. I knew this was going to be a long one. That's why I kind of procrastinated about doing this. Oof. But I think it's going to be worthwhile. Hard to tell how clear anyway, let's A little ambiguous as to what's going on up there. That's okay. There's always a few things I forget, so I'm just trying to maybe under. Let it dry. Now there is a bit of question in my mind. Do I want to go around the fence and add a few extra little lines to define that a bit more? It would probably take me another 20 minutes, but it could go a long way to just elevating that. It does help. Does kind of just give a little bit more tidiness, a little bit more definition. So this is my black. I've got glazing fluid mixed in. So it's not just pure black, it's got a it's a bit diluted. Which makes it a bit easier to paint with. Aw, Barbara. So sweet. Barbara says, I love watching the last part of your painting marathons, Michael. All the tiny little details you add to make such a massive difference. It inspires me to keep going when I'm near the end of a painting. I've watched other live streams, but there's nothing to compare with your classes. Oh, so sweet. Oh. Well, it makes a huge difference when there's people who appreciate and care, and it definitely motivates me to put in the extra effort and big time. It makes a huge difference. That's why I like doing the feedback episodes, because it gives me a chance to kind of give back. Here I was saying, yeah, it would take me about another 20 minutes to do a bunch of these outlines, and how long ago was that? 25 minutes? I mean, I'm getting close, but I'm usually, in pretty much every other aspect of my life, pretty good at estimating the time things will require. It's like I've been working on this thing for so long, it's like, you know what, I might as well just keep going until I get it to where I'm at a point where I can be really happy with it. Ooh, my hand, that is gonna be sore tomorrow. Okay, and I think I just did last couple things here. One thing I did is you recall I made this paint. Oh, is there anything left in here? My background color, anything? It's all dried up basically. Let's see if I can quickly mix a bit more of that. Pretty close. Let's just take a bit of black even and put that in there. So I was hoping there would be a bit more, or any of my background color remaining to do some touch-ups, but that's not the case. It's all dried up. Go figure, 9 hours later. Just to kind of go around and any areas, oops, that need just a little bit of touching up. Ooh, man. I should zoom out. You can't really. What's the point of being on camera if I'm just going to do that? Jean says, I love that the little yellow flowers look like tiny fish. That's sort of what, as I was painting them, that's kind of what I was thinking about. I was like, basically little fish. Absolutely. Barbara says, where's the rest of the British crew? Pascaline, Lolly, I haven't seen Pascal either. Rick and Deb and Ismo, all on holiday. I hope you get some sleep, Michael, soon. And you know Edie will wake you up in 4 hours. Yes. Yeah. Gosh, is it? Yeah, I gotta... You're right. Close up shop here. There was a place where I got a dab of paint somewhere, and I remember thinking, I'll get that later. And alas, well, not that big of a deal, but that's taken care of. Okay, I think that's all I can. So Barbara says dishwasher is in. Job done. Nice. New dishwasher. Excellent. That will make life a little bit easier, eh? So. It's time now for our side-by-side comparison, and just like Barbara says in the chat there, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Everyone, let's help keep Michael painting for free on YouTube. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, hit that notification bell as well, so you know when spontaneous episodes take place. Sometimes I got a little bit of free time, and I like to jump on here, and oh my goodness. So if you hit that notification button, you can, I think there's different notification preferences. You can ask to be notified when something comes up, or not if you don't want to be. Like I think you can ask for it to send you an email, I think. But usually if you just open up YouTube, and you'll see like, oh, Michael's scheduled a new episode coming up. Do you want to set a notification or reminder? You can do that. Also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $5, $10, something simple, price of a cup of coffee, that helps pay off all his equipment, the internet, all those bills, they add up. I think that's everything. Let's check these paintings out side by side. Whew. An epic 10.5-hour painting session, about an hour and a half of which I chatted about the history behind this painting, but ultimately we got there. Obviously there's some major differences. The background is not nearly as densely populated with flowers, and just because of, you know, if I was to do even approach anywhere near the original, which is obviously, it's a huge, like, you know, if you're standing in front of this, you're about that tall, right? So you can imagine you're standing in front of it, you're about that big. It's about like 3 humans tall. It's a big tapestry here. So there's just so much detail. We can't get it all in one painting. What else? Obviously, also the flowers bear almost no resemblance to the real flowers in the painting. I took a lot of creative liberties there, and mostly just concerned myself with trying to balance the color, trying to put some, you know, reds, you know, here and here, some blues and whites and yellows, as evenly balanced as possible, so it didn't kind of feel like a lot of red here, a lot of blue up there, or anything. I wish I had given maybe a little bit more space around the tree up here so it would bring more attention there. I mean, I could go back and paint some of those things out, but I'm not going to. Yeah, I feel pretty happy with the way that this looks. So let's just zoom in. Maybe let's do one more. And let's go top left. We'll start up there. Obviously there is like a chord that ties the A and the E together. I just omitted that completely. There's just too many things there. And, you know, sometimes attempting to do stuff like that just creates a real mess and confusion. And there's already enough stuff going on in here. So I'm pretty happy with everything there. Let's look at the top of the tree. I mean, that looks pretty wild. Certainly, again, I took some wild liberties with the way I painted that. Mine is, I kind of did pretty expressive leaves on that tree. You know, I think when I started down here, I was trying to actually get a bit of the shapes of those leaves, and then I pretty quickly was like, forget about it. And they just started to get weirder and wilder as I progressively went across the tree. You can look at the monogram in the center of the tree there. Pretty happy with the way that turned out. It's a little bit of a candy cane kind of color, which is, I think, there in the original, but it's not. It's a little bit more subdued. It's almost like a yellowish, kind of a mustardy color almost, with red stripes on there. I think that's pretty fine. Let's go to the other corner here. That feels pretty good. I was definitely contemplating going back over the A and the E, maybe lightening them, because they are a little bit clumsily painted, but I think that's okay. Let's go down here. That is so sweet. Barbara says, fabulous painting. Oh my god, what a magical creation. You're the best. Jean says, this is a master study masterpiece. You guys are so sweet. Oh my goodness. Yeah, All those flowers, I feel pretty good about them. Again, they bear basically no resemblance to what we have on the left. I mean, I don't even think there's a flower with any purple in this entire painting. Let's see, there's these orchids that are in the very front. And so that's my version of, like, you know, very simple orchids. I think it's okay. I didn't really look at the original there. I do feel like adding just like little stripes onto those leaves, that makes a big deal. It just gives a lot more dimension there. I like how that guy turned out. That's pretty cool. Talking about the little fish plant here, right? I think that's this little area just next to the fence that I just enlarged dramatically. And they do look like little fish nibbling on some kelp or something. And then maybe let's take a look at the fence itself. You can see that mine, I brought a little bit. The shape of my fence here is it's rounder and not as it's closer to like quote unquote perfect circles than the original. The original is a little bit wonky, but again, if you know anything about a loom, I mean, if you just think about trying to knit this is another way, or crochet it or something. Getting anything close to a circle would be mind-bogglingly difficult. It's the bottom down there. There is a gate right at the very front of this fence. I just completely omitted that just for this level of complexity, adding just those little things. The door would just be so narrow, nothing would be able to get in and out of it. So, you know, in mine, one wonders exactly how the unicorn got into here. Maybe it leapt in on its own. Not really sure. Maybe it's the circus unicorn. And then we'll come to the unicorn itself. And I think that looks pretty good. I replaced the chain with this kind of blue striped rope. I think that's fine. I feel like if I tried to do the chain, it would have just been a big mess. So that was my quick and dirty solution there. I also feel I'm happy I put a little bit of black glaze just on the tree, in and around places to create some kind of little shadows for that rope, so that it made it a little obvious. I also kind of went around just little places around the rope to define it against those the fence. Definitely painting a little bit of some black lines along the fence makes a big difference. It really helps kind of separate it. In fact, I just see a little area here. I do want to just tidy those edges up. But beyond that, I think that's pretty good. I feel great about that. Okay. So, just about 11 hours after we began, we finish. And I'm so glad to have finally painted that painting. Been thinking about it for a long time. It's one of my favorite. The first time I saw this thing in person at the Cloisters in New York City, it blew my mind. And obviously I'm not the only one. This is one of the most iconic images in all of art history. And we did it. We got there. Okay, everybody. Well, thanks so much for watching again, for keeping me company. Especially those of you that were here at the beginning and took a nap, went to sleep, went to work, and we're here to say good night or good morning as we wrapped up. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again in a future episode. I don't know if we'll do another one before Monday. I'll have to take a look at the schedule. Until then, my friends, we'll see you again soon. Have a great night, great morning. Remember, anytime you're making art, you're helping make this world a more beautiful and peaceful place. If everybody had a creative outlet like you do, I think we would have far less violence and anger in our world. And I think art is the solution, amongst many others, but it's the one that I believe in the most. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Great night.